Moonlight. Love chapters, where love howls with the moon. Werewolves, passion, and darkness. Open your chapter. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Chapter 1. I hated the smell of this place. Concrete and institutional. Antiseptic. But all the cleaning in the world couldn't cover up the unhappiness, the sourness, the faint smell of urine, the anger. The guard at the door of the visiting room pointed me and Ben to empty chairs at a table on one side of a glass partition. The room held half a dozen cubicles like this. Only a phone line would connect us to the other side. I was shaking. I didn't like coming here. Well, I did and I didn't. I wanted to see him, but even being here as a visitor made me feel trapped. The wolf side didn't handle it very well. Ben squeezed my hand under the table. "You okay?" he said. Ben had been coming here once a week to see Cormac. I didn't come quite as often, once a month, for 5 months now. I'd never get used to this. In fact, it seemed to get harder every time, not easier. I was so tense, just being here exhausted me. "I think so," I said. "But this place makes me nervous." "Don't let him see you upset," he whispered. "We're supposed to be supportive." "I know." I held his hand with both of mine and tried to stop the trembling. I was supposed to be the strong one. I was supposed to be the one who helped Ben keep it together, not the other way around. On the other side of the glass, a guard let out a man wearing an orange prison jumpsuit. His light brown hair was cut shorter than it used to be, which made his face seem more gaunt. I tried to convince myself that he wasn't thinner. His mustache was the same as always. So was his stoic frown. My smile felt stiff and fake. Cormac would know it was fake. Had to be cheerful. Couldn't let him see me upset. He was handcuffed. When he picked up the phone to talk to us, he had to hold both hands up to his face. Ben held our phone between us. Leaning close, we could both hear. "Hey," Ben said. "Hey." Cormac smiled. Broke my heart, him smiling like that behind the glass. "Thanks for coming." "How you doing?" Cormac shrugged. "Hanging in there."
No worries.
He was here on felony manslaughter charges. He'd killed to save my life, and now he was serving time for it. I owed him a huge debt, which hung on me like lead weights. It could have been worse. The only way we could all sit here, smiling at each other, was thinking of how much worse it had almost been. One or all of us dead, Cormac in here for life. He didn't seem to begrudge me the debt. Right from the start, he'd approached the prison sentence as doing penance, just like he was supposed to. Just another obstacle to overcome. Another river to cross. Ben handled this better than I did. "You need anything?" "Besides a cake with a file baked in."
No.
Just more of the same. I'd been ordering books for him. It had started out as a joke after I'd accused him of being illiterate. Then it turned earnest. Reading kept his mind off being trapped. Kept him from going crazy. "Any requests?" I said, and Ben tipped the mouthpiece so he could hear me. Cormac shook his head. "I'm not picky. Whatever you think is good." I had a list of classics I was feeding him, but no Dostoevsky. We had an hour for small talk. Very small talk. I couldn't say I'm sorry, because then I'd get upset. Leave on a happy note. Ben, and I wanted to make sure Cormac got out of here in one piece, or at least not any more damaged than he was when he went in. "Would you believe some of the guys listen to your show?"
Cormac said.
"Really? That's kind of weird." "I tell them you're not that mean in person. I'm ruining your reputation." "Great," I said, smirking. "Thanks."
Ben chuckled.
"You two look good," Cormac said, leaning back in his chair. "You look good together." His smile turned satisfied, almost comforted. He'd told us both to look after each other. Like, he couldn't trust either of us to take care of ourselves, but together we'd be okay. He was probably right. Ben and I had cobbled together our little pack of 2, and we were doing okay. But it still felt like we were missing something. He was sitting across from us, on the other side of the glass. And we were all pretending like everything was okay. A guard loomed behind Cormac. "Time's up. I'll see you next week," Ben said. Cormac said, to me specifically, "Thanks for coming. Everyone in here's ugly as shit. It's nice to see a pretty face once in a while." Which broke my heart again. There had to be more I could do than sit here and be a pretty face, however pretty I could possibly be with my pale skin, blonde hair tied in a short, scruffy ponytail, and eyes on the verge of crying. I wanted to touch the glass, but that would have been such a cliché and hopeless gesture. He put the phone back, stood, and was gone. He always walked away without turning to look, and we always stayed to watch him go until he was out of sight. Ben put his hand on my shoulder, urging me away. Hand in hand, in silence, we left the prison gates and emerged into too bright summer sun and a baking parking lot. Quietly, we slipped into the car, Ben in the driver's seat. Then the blow-up happened. He closed the door, settled for a moment, then hit the steering wheel with a closed fist. Then again and again, throwing his whole body into it. The car rocked. I just watched. After a moment, he slouched back. He gripped the steering wheel, bracing himself. I hate this. I hate that he's in there, and there's nothing I can do. He blamed himself as much as I blamed myself. If I had needed saving, if Ben had found the right legal out, and there was Cormac, accepting it all without complaint. He and Cormac were cousins. They'd grown up together, looked out for each other, and now they were helpless. I touched his forearm and squeezed, like I could push out the tension.
He sighed.
Let's get out of here, I said. Friday night, time to party. Good evening, and welcome to the Midnight Hour. I'm Kitty Norville, your ever-cheerful hostess. Tonight it's all vampires and all calls. I want to hear from you about those mysterious bloodsuckers of the night. Questions, problems, nothing's off limits. Tell me a story I've never heard before. It's getting pretty tough to scare me these days, but I'd like you to try. Or even better, let's see if someone out there can give me a little hope.
I've had one of those days.
I was such a lucky girl. After doing this show for 2 years, my monitor still lit up with calls. My listeners had been waiting with their fingers on the speed dial button. One of these days, I'd ask for calls, and the phones would come up silent. Then I'd have to retire for sure. But this wasn't that night. Our first call this evening comes from Maildar. Is that right? Yes, it is. The light male voice managed to drip with pretension. Your parents actually named you Maildar.
No.
He sounded pouty. That's the name I chose for myself. I'm preparing for my new identity, my new life. Inwardly, I groaned.
A wannabe.
Even more pretentious than the real thing. Am I to understand it, then, that you want to become a vampire? Of course. Someday. When I'm older. It clicked then, the voice, the name, the utter cheese of it all. Wait a minute, how old are you? You're supposed to be 18 to call in. The kid had lied to my screener. 15, I bet. And, to his credit, smart enough to know how much it would suck to get frozen at age 15 for all eternity. I'm ageless, he said breathily. Ageless as the grave. Okay, this is not the Kinderbat poetry hour. You'll want, I don't know, public access television for that. The pause was ominous. Then, whoa, what a wicked cool idea. Dear God, what have I done? Hurry, move on quick before I get into more trouble. I don't know what your question was, but you're leaving now.
Bye.
Please, somebody with sense call me so we can discuss Byron or something. Next caller, hello. I knew him, you know. This was a suave male voice, coolly assured. The real thing. An older vampire showing off his hard-earned ennui. Knew who? Lord Byron, of course. Really? I drawled. You know, there are about as many vampires who say they knew Byron as there are reincarnation freaks who say they were Cleopatra in a past life. Which would mean Byron had, like, hundreds of obnoxious simpering twits trailing after him. When he really only had Keats and Shelley. The guy huffed. How very droll. I'm sorry. You just hit one of my buttons, you know? You've never considered that perhaps one of those vampires who say they knew Byron might be right? Okay.
Fine.
You chilled with Byron. You want to tell me what he was like? Him and the others? Hey, maybe you can answer a question for me. That other guy who was there the night they told the ghost stories and Mary Shelley came up with Frankenstein, the one whose name I can never remember. Polidori.
Yeah.
Him. Oh crap. What if this guy really had known Byron? Was I going to sound like a royal idiot? I always wondered why he never amounted to anything. He was what we call a hanger-on. Mary was the really clever one. I grinned. I always thought so. Now, I don't think you called just to talk about the romantic poets. What's on your mind? Destiny. Right, the big question. Like, why are we here? What's the point to life? That sort of thing. I'm curious to hear what you think about it. I pouted. That's my line. Are you going to tell me? I sighed loudly to make sure the sound carried into the mic.
All right.
I'll bite. Here's what I think, with the caveat that I may be wrong. I think we're here to make the world a better place than we found it. I think we don't always deserve the cards that we're dealt, good or bad. But we are judged by how we play the cards we're dealt. Those of us with a bum deal that makes it harder to do good, we just have to work a little more is all. There's no destiny. There's just muddling through without doing too much damage. Most of the time I even believed that. That's very nice, the vampire said, coy and condescending.
All right.
I know you're just trying to bait me. Why don't you come out and say what you want to say? You talk about us, vampires and lycanthropes, like we're afflicted, like we have a handicap. And if your goal is to pass as human, to blend in with society, then I suppose it is a handicap. But have you ever thought that we are the chosen ones? Fate marked us, and we became what we are. We are superior, chosen by destiny, and one day we will rule the world. The families know this. They are grooming us, the masters of the night, to be the masters of everything. We're the top of the food chain. One day humanity will see the truth of it. By this time, I'd heard a dozen versions of this shtick. Fortunately, vampires only ever talked about taking over the world. When they stopped talking about it, I'd start to worry. Why are you telling me this? I want you to know the truth. Well, thank you for the public service announcement. I'm cutting you off now. You've had a little too much ego tonight. Next call. Ooh, I think I might have a debate for us here. Hello, Jake. You're on the air. What do you have for me?
Kitty? Oh, wow. E.
So you have a response to our esteemed vampire caller. Oh, do I ever? That guy is so full of, he paused amusingly to censor himself. Crap. I mean, I really want to know where I can get in on some of this vampire world domination action. 'Cause I'm a vampire and I'm stuck working the night shift at a Speedy Mart. I'm not the top of any food chain. You're not part of a family? Jake chuckled. If it weren't for your show, I wouldn't even know about families. This was the part of my show that freaked me out a little. There were people out there for whom I was their only source of information, who used me as a lifeline. It felt like a burden. I had to sound encouraging to someone who'd been dealt a truly shitty hand, working the night shift at Speedy Mart for all eternity. I said, I know this is personal, but I take it that you were made a vampire under violent circumstances, against your will. Got that right. And if destiny had anything to do with it, I'd sure like to know why. I wish I had an answer for you, Jake. You got one of the bad cards. But since you and I both know there's no destiny involved, you have a choice on what to do about it. I really just wanted to tell the other side of the story. My side. That guy wasn't speaking for all vampires. Thanks for listening. That's what I'm here for. I'm going to move on to the next call now, okay? Good luck to you, Jake. And so it goes. I heard from men, women, vampires, humans, human servants of vampires, people who were funny, sad, lost, and angry. The problems ranged from silly to terrifying. I heard stories of people trapped in lives they hadn't expected, couldn't escape from. A lot of the time, I didn't know what to tell them. I was totally inadequate to dispense advice. I could barely take care of myself. Early on, though, I'd learned that a lot of times people just needed to vent, and they needed someone to listen. People were desperate for conversation, and many of them didn't have anyone to talk to. Talking about it made a thing, a problem, a weakness, a fear, a hope, more solid, and easier to confront. Easier to control. I would do well to remember that in my own life. I've got time for one more call. Becky, you're on the air. Hi, Kitty, said a woman who sounded like she was on edge. This isn't about vampires. I hope that's all right. It's important, I think. At the end of the show, it didn't much matter. What's the problem? I didn't doubt that she had a problem. I recognized that tone. The screener had put in domestic abuse as the topic. I'm a werewolf, I'm part of a pack, and I'm worried. There's a new wolf. She's really young, really vulnerable, and the alpha male, he's taking advantage of her. But it's worse than that because he's beating up on her. This goes way beyond the dominance and submissive crap. The thing is, she won't leave. I've tried to talk her into going away, but she refuses. She won't leave him. I don't know what to do. How can I make her see that she doesn't have to put up with this? That she shouldn't? She won't stand up for herself. The story sounded way too familiar. My first 3 years of being a werewolf, I'd been on the bottom rung, completely submissive to an alpha who was borderline abusive. But the pack meant protection, and I didn't want to leave. A time came when I had to choose between the pack and my own life, my show, my goals, my future. And I picked me. I never looked back. Despite my experience, I didn't know what to tell her. I said, "You should be given some credit for wanting to help." But sometimes that isn't enough. As hard as this sounds, there isn't much you can do if this person isn't willing to take that step for herself. "I'm sorry. But," she said and sighed. I know you're right. I just thought there might be a trick to it. You can be a friend to her, Becky. Keep talking to her. And maybe you could lead by example. Maybe you should both leave town." I wasn't all that hot on the pack structure. My bias showed. "That's hard to do," she said. "I'm safe here. But I can stand up for myself." "She can't." "Then all you can do is look out for her the best you can." "Good luck to you, Becky. You can't save everyone." I'd learned that. I softened my voice to bring things to a close. "Okay, folks, that's all we've got time for tonight. Amazing how fast the hours fly when we're having a good time. I'll be counting down the days till next week. And in the meantime, yes, it's time for a bit of shameless plugging. My book, Underneath the Skin, yep, the one I wrote myself, full of exactly the kind of things I ramble about here, is hitting the shelves in a few weeks. As if you weren't already hearing enough of me. Take care of yourselves out there. This is Kitty Norville, your voice in the night. Cue closing credits, complete with Wolf Howl, my own, personally recorded just for the show. I was drained. Some nights the show left me riding a high, too wired to sleep. Not this time. Tonight, I was counting the minutes until I could collapse into bed. I felt like I hadn't slept in days. After chatting briefly with the producer and signing off on a few things, I headed out. Ben was waiting at the curb, engine running. I climbed into the passenger seat, leaned in for a quick kiss, and smiled. Ending the night like this? Couldn't ask for better. "How'd it go?" he asked as we drove. We were renting a place down in Pueblo, about 100 miles south of Denver. I pulled the band from my ponytail and ran a hand through my hair, itching for a hot shower. It was a solid night, but I'm completely wiped. "You all right?" Lately, being tired had become my baseline. I chalked it up to success. "Yeah," I said with a long breath, letting my eyes drift shut. Ben's presence next to me was grounding. Our relationship hadn't exactly been planned. We hadn't set out to fall for each other. It had just happened. As wolves, we'd bonded quickly, forming our own small pack of two. A mated pair, by instinct if not by conscious choice. It sometimes felt like our human and animal selves were separate passengers in the same body, both steering. But the truth? Our human sides hadn't put up a fight. We'd been friends before the change. Maybe, given enough time, something would have sparked anyway. I'd never really know. Most days, I didn't question it. But now and then, a quiet doubt crept in. Like maybe this wasn't my choice at all. Still, Ben was a good man and we watched each other's backs. Even if we were in something that felt more like a holding pattern than a future. Underscore 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 underscore. I slept like I'd been dropped into a coma and woke up nauseated. I told myself it was from working too hard, not eating enough. But I still couldn't stomach breakfast. Of course, it was that day, full moon day. Time to pack up and get out of town, head somewhere safe to change. For our sake. For everyone else's. You look kinda green, Ben said as we loaded the car. It was usually me asking him if he was okay. He was still new to this life, still adjusting. I glanced at him. He looked tense and pale, but more worried about me than himself. I'm just off today, I said. Not feeling up to it for some reason. He gave me a knowing look, lips quirking. He was starting to get it. Our territory lay in the southern Colorado foothills. A 3-hour drive brought us to a remote patch of national forest. No campers, no hikers, no one to see us. Just wilderness. We sat in the car for a moment after arriving. You still look off, he repeated. I'm fine. Are you sure? It's just you don't smell right. I blinked. Excuse me? He looked uncomfortable. I don't know how to explain it. You just smell different. Fantastic. Now I smelled weird. I sighed. I'm just tired. Even now. This night belonged to the wolves. The full moon brought their power to the surface. It was like being drunk on instinct, riding a high we pretended to resist but never really did. The change always called. Tonight, though, I felt sluggish. Heavy. I'm okay, I insisted. Let's just do this. We left the car and hiked into the trees. Ben had improved. This was his 5th full moon, and he'd gotten good at holding the wolf at bay until the right moment. But I could still sense it in him, his pulse racing, sweat on his brow. He was barely holding on. We had a den hidden deep in the woods, a quiet, sheltered place to keep us safe. We undressed, folded our clothes neatly. The moon rose, casting silver light through the trees. Ben looked out toward the woods, exhaling a puff of breath into the chill air. I stepped close, laid a hand on his arm, ran it across his shoulder. He was warm to the touch, trembling slightly. He turned toward me, bent close, his lips brushed my neck. I leaned into him, naked, surrounded by shadows and moonlight, every part of me humming. This was the wolf's domain. I could feel her waking, seeing Ben not as a man, but as a mate, wild and vital. He whispered, "You go first tonight. I want to watch." I could smell him, his skin, sweat, desire. You'll be okay? I think so. Usually I waited, helped him through the change. Maybe I did it for him, or maybe for my own reassurance. The wolf and me wanted to go together, run together. Maybe he just wanted to prove he could hold it together. Okay, I murmured. I kissed him once more. He kissed back hard, but I slipped away, teasing. Wolfish instinct took over, baiting him. I stepped back, slow and deliberate. Heat coiled in my gut, raw energy ready to explode. I could feel the change clawing its way to the surface. One breath out, and it would all come loose. I held his gaze. He was crouched now, fists clenched, chest heaving. But he didn't break. Then I let go. My body folded in on itself, darkness flooding my vision. Underscore 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 underscore. She shakes out her coat, each strand crackling with power. Her muscles coil, already itching to move. She paces, lifts her head, and locks eyes with the pale figure nearby. Her mate, still standing on 2 legs. She lets out a bark, short and sharp, beckoning. God, look at you, he breathes. You're incredible. She trots to him, nudging gently. He touches her, fingers running through her fur. Strange, but comforting. She squirms, pulls away, calls him again. And this time he follows, doubles over, groaning, and the sound becomes right, becomes howl. She joins him, singing the forest into life. His breath catches, still awkward in his fur and limbs, but growing stronger. Her heart swells for him. She licks him, nips him, and he returns the greeting. They twine together, bodies tumbling in a flurry of fur and hunger. Then he bolts into the trees. He leads the chase tonight. She's startled but thrilled, racing to keep up. They run nose to ground, weaving through the forest, tracking invisible trails. He's the one who finds the deer, small, but enough to feed them both. They pause. Could they take it down? He's ready, heart pounding, bloodlust in his eyes. He whines, impatient. He wants the kill. He needs it. She hesitates. The deer senses them, bounds away through the brush.
Gone.
He snarls in frustration, glares at her. She snaps, annoyed, and turns away. A rabbit will do. Easier prey. He follows. Because they're pack. And blood is blood, no matter the size of the hunt. Chapter 2. I didn't feel good. I never felt great after a full moon night, but that not feeling good was like a hangover after a party. You suffered and didn't complain because you had your fun, and this was the price. Rather, the wolf had her fun and left me to deal with the consequences. But right now, I really didn't feel good. I felt sick, which was weird because I hadn't been sick since becoming a werewolf. The same thing that made me a werewolf made me immune. Indestructible, almost. I curled up on my side, holding my stomach, which churned with cramps. No, it wasn't my stomach, it was lower than that.
Deeper.
Like menstrual cramps, but I'd never had them this bad. My insides felt like they were grinding themselves up. What's wrong? Ben shifted behind me, where he'd been nestled asleep. He propped himself on an elbow and kissed my shoulder. I must have let out a groan or something. I don't feel good. What is it? I don't know. Cramps or something. They always this bad? Ben, we've been living together for 5 months. You should know the answer to that. He glared, unamused. I shook my head. No, never. What else could it be? He was sitting up now, his hand on my arm, frowning worriedly at me. I don't know. That came out with a definite whine. Should you go to a hospital or something? I never have to go to the hospital. Kitty, what if this is serious? You've been tired and sick for weeks. It's just cramps. What else could it be? I have no idea what it could be. Cancer? You accidentally swallowed a butcher knife last night? I don't know. Werewolves don't get cancer. Kitty. He bowed his head. Never mind. Do what you think is best. You think I should go to a doctor? Can you even sit up right now? I didn't want to think about sitting up. I hurt that much. Which meant maybe he was right. I don't have health insurance. Werewolves don't need health insurance. I reached for his hand. He took it, held it. He gave me that exasperated look he always did when I was being stubborn. One checkup won't break the bank. But what if something's really wrong? You said it yourself, werewolves don't get sick. Then I don't have to go to the doctor. We glared. He looked away first, deferring to the more experienced. A submissive wolf. He dug my clothes out of the hole we'd stashed them in and threw them at me. Let's get moving, then see how you feel.
Ben.
I held his arm, pulled on it, drew him close, kissed him, and was happy when he smiled. Let's go. Back at home, I returned my mother's weekly Sunday phone call. Every Sunday, she called like clockwork. She'd known I was out for the full moon, but she'd left a message anyway. Call back when you can. Let me know everything's okay. She tried to be supportive in her own way. She convinced herself that my being a werewolf was like joining a club that did some vaguely dangerous and thrilling activity, like rock climbing. Mom. How was your weekend? Oh, I turned into a wolf, killed something, woke up naked in the middle of the woods, went home, and brushed my teeth a half-dozen times to get the taste of blood out of my mouth. It was okay. I haven't been feeling too great. I think something's stressing me out. Any idea what? Maybe it's the book coming out. I'm worried how it's going to do. It'll be fine. I've read it. It's a really good book. People will love it. You're my mother. You're supposed to say that. Of course I am, she said happily. And who could argue with that? Ben thinks I should go to the doctor. It certainly couldn't hurt. It might make you feel better if they can tell you that nothing's wrong. And if something was wrong, what was the local general practitioner going to know about lycanthropy anyway? Nothing's wrong, I insisted. Of course not, she said. Nothing's ever wrong until it is. Her tone had become serious. What's that supposed to mean? She paused, like She was trying to decide what to say. Then she sighed. It means it's better to be safe than sorry. Mom, is something wrong? The conversation had gone a bit weird. Oh, no, not really. I just think Ben's right is all. I couldn't win. I was besieged. Okay, I'll think about it. She changed the subject. When are we going to meet this Ben character of yours? She knew I was living with Ben. I couldn't keep him a secret. She'd expressed a great deal of worry that, out of the blue, I'd apparently shacked up with my lawyer. I didn't tell her he'd become a werewolf in the meantime. I don't know, Mom. Maybe Christmas? Kitty, that's months off. That's most of the year off. You aren't even ecstatic that I'm bringing up the possibility of coming home for Christmas this year? I'll admit, that would be nice. I'll talk it over with Ben. Maybe we can work something out for this summer. She seemed to be happy with the compromise because she changed the subject, moving on to the topic of family, Dad and my sister, and her brood, like our typical calls. The whole thing was comforting. No matter what I did or what happened to me, Mom was always there with her phone calls. After I'd hung up and said, I'm still not ready to meet your family. You'll notice I didn't commit us to anything. I'm just saying. I almost argued. I could have said all sorts of things, needled him, picked at that sore spot until it festered. Why not? What's wrong with my family? You just don't want to admit that we're in a relationship, and so on. I started to say these things, just to see what his reaction would be. But I let it go, because I wasn't ready for that argument any more than Ben was ready to meet my family. I started bleeding that afternoon. I should have been relieved, my period. That's all it was. But it was late, there was too much, and something about it wasn't right. So I went to the doctor on Monday. The nurse drew blood. The doctor wanted a urine sample. She wanted me to strip and sit on the examination table in a flimsy paper shirt. Then she poked, prodded, all the rest of it. In the 5 or so years since the last time I'd been in a doctor's office, I hadn't missed it. Not once, not at all. The place had a weird smell. Everything was disinfected to within an inch of its life, but the antiseptic only covered up an underlying odor of illness, telling me that sick people passed through here all day long. I sat there for an hour, waiting. When the nurse poked her head in and said I could get dressed, I nearly sprang off the table. Is Dr. Luce coming back? Did she say anything? She'll be with you in just a minute. The door closed, and I dressed quickly. A knock came a moment later. It cracked open before I said anything, and Dr. Luce, a busy middle-aged woman, short, with graying hair and a fancy multicolored patterned lab coat, hustled in. Good, you're dressed. If you take a seat there? She took the chair at the desk. I sat in the one right next to it. My stomach was jumping with anxiety. She wasn't smiling. If nothing was wrong, she'd be smiling. She glanced at my hands, which were kneading the fabric of my jeans, then met my gaze. Kitty, did you know you were pregnant? I froze, mouth open. That wasn't what I thought she would say. In retrospect, I should have expected it. All the signs were there. The exhaustion, the nausea, which was how everyone said it started. But that didn't apply to me, apparently. For some reason, I couldn't process the question. She waited patiently, but my mouth was too dry to speak. I had to swallow a couple of times.
No.
I mean, no. We're pregnant. You've had a miscarriage. I'm very sorry. Oh, was all I could manage. She launched into the prognosis. You're fine. You're going to be fine. I'll say that first off. I'm not surprised you didn't know. You were probably only 3 or 4 weeks along based on the hormone levels. You'll experience cramping for a few more days. I can give you a prescription for that. This is actually fairly common. And so on. I wished Ben were here. I very much wished Ben were here to hold my hand. I recommend waiting several months before trying again. I wasn't trying this time, I blurted. She pursed her lips. Then I recommend taking extra care with protection for the next few months. Protection, huh? Mornings after a full moon, with the wolf still so close to the surface, filling me, curled up with Ben, protection wasn't exactly the first thing on my mind. In fact, that was probably when it had happened, last full moon. I was embarrassed to admit that I didn't know enough about my own cycle, my own plumbing, and the whole process to know if that was when it could have happened. Doctor, you saw my record. My, what should I call it? My pre-existing condition. What impact does that have on any of this? Yes, the lycanthropy. I'm afraid I have no experience with that. It hasn't made its way to the literature yet. I don't even know where to go to find out. Do you have any contacts? Anyone you could ask? Yeah, I think I do. Thanks. I accepted all her advice and the prescription form in a daze. She kept asking if I had any questions, and I couldn't think of any. I should have had questions, lots of questions. But the whole world had gone fuzzy, like I was looking at it through a filter. I made it to my car and found my cell phone. After 2 rings I heard, "Hello, Dr. Schumacher." Dr. Elizabeth Schumacher was the new head of the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology, the government research branch that really ought to start sending out bulletins to people like Dr. Luce. But really, how often did any doctor expect to see someone like me show up in their waiting room? "Hi, doctor, it's Kitty Norville."
Oh,
"Hi, Kitty, how are you?" She sounded cheerful and genuinely happy to hear from me, unlike her predecessor, who had always acted like he was starring in a spy drama. "Okay, I have a question. What do you know about lycanthropes and pregnancy?" "Not a whole lot. The research hasn't gotten that far. Everything I have on file is anecdotal." "What do the anecdotes say?" "Well, everyone I've talked to, everything I've heard or read, says that female lycanthropes don't get pregnant." "No, that can't. Rather, I should say they don't stay pregnant. They can conceive, but the embryo doesn't survive shape-shifting. They miscarry every time. My guess is a female lycanthrope may become pregnant many times and never realize it, since she'll never be more than a couple of weeks along before she has to shift. If the timing is right, she might be as much as a month along. But I'm guessing that's rare." Holy shit. I leaned back in the seat, holding my forehead, feeling ill all over again. Feverish, I wanted to throw up. I rolled down the window and let in clear air. Dr. Schumacher kept talking in the manner of a scientist who's launched in on a topic she finds utterly fascinating, without much thought about her audience's reaction. It makes sense if you think about it. The mutation has to reproduce via infection because biological reproduction is impossible. This is probably true of vampirism as well. The same mechanism in vampirism that stops aging prevents the cellular growth required for biological reproduction. Formulating a theory along these lines is pretty high on my list. She must have known something was wrong when I stayed quiet for so long. She said, "Kitty, why are you asking this? Has something happened?" "It's about a friend," I said blithely, transparently. She'd guessed the truth. I'm asking for a friend. Why didn't I know this? Why had this never come up before? Why hadn't Meg, the alpha female of my old pack, who'd held my hand when I was new, then driven me out when I wasn't, told me any of this? Had she known? Why didn't any of us talk to each other? Warn each other? "You'll call me if you need anything, yes? You're my primary informant, you know," she said, concerned. I couldn't tell her. I didn't feel like talking about it. Yeah, I'll call. Thanks." I moved like a robot to put away the phone. I held my stomach. Why had I never thought of this before? Why had I never considered? I hadn't wanted kids. I didn't want to be pregnant. This shouldn't matter. Then why did I feel gutted? I hadn't known, so it shouldn't mean anything. But it did, and the shock of that was one shock too many. Ben came home from a courtroom appearance late that afternoon. He found me sitting in the kitchen, the lights out, working on my 3rd beer. I hadn't filled Dr. Luce's prescription. Alcohol seemed to work just fine. I was starting to feel very, very relaxed. He set his briefcase on the floor and pulled up the chair across from me. "What happened?" I took a deep breath. I'd been rehearsing this carefully. My brain was hazy, though, and it came out weird. Obliquely. I spoke too slowly to make sure the words came out right. I must have sounded nuts. Have you ever had the experience of not knowing you wanted something until someone told you you couldn't have it? I don't know. I've always kind of wanted a Porsche. Can I have one? His attempt at a smile faded. I closed my eyes and shook my head. This is different. It's screwing with me, and I don't know what to think. "Kitty, stop talking around it. Tell me what's wrong."
Mine. His.
It had been both of ours. The doctor said I had a miscarriage. I called Schumacher at the center, and she told me lycanthropes always have miscarriages. That shape-shifting and pregnancy, it doesn't survive. I guess I assumed that if I wanted to have kids someday, it wouldn't be a problem. I just assumed. I never even asked. But I can't. And I didn't think I'd be this upset about it. I'm sorry, I'm not making any sense. I took a swig of beer and turned away to hide my face. He didn't say anything. I couldn't guess what he was thinking. Wasn't sure I wanted to know.
So I didn't look at him.
I tried to block out the world so I wouldn't have to process anything that wasn't in my own head. Then he moved, slipped out of his chair, and knelt next to mine. Put his arms around me, held me against him, laid my head on his shoulder, and murmured, "Shuh." He knew I was crying before I felt it myself. He saw it coming, but I didn't know it until I was sobbing onto his shoulder and kneading the shirt across his back with stiff fingers. After I'd cried myself out, we migrated to the sofa, where I lay curled up against him, snuggled in his arms. "Did you know you were pregnant?"
No.
"I should have known." "Should I have known?" "You think I'd know something like that?" "I don't know anything about it. I'm kind of glad I didn't know. What if I'd known, gotten used to the idea, maybe even gotten excited, and then I shook my head. Does that sound weird? I don't know. What would sound normal? This happens all the time. People go through this all the time. Why is it so? What about you? Do you want kids?" I twisted around so I could see him better. He waited a long time before he said, "No." "Then you're glad it turned out this way." "Kitty, no, it's not like that." He blew out a frustrated sigh. A year ago, it never would have occurred to me that it was even a possibility, that I'd be living with someone, and that the issue would even come up. I might have changed my mind. I don't know.
Neither did I.
A common phrase lately. I snuggled closer. I feel like someone's taken something away from me. It makes me angry. We must have stayed there for hours. I was intensely grateful. I didn't know how I expected him to react. I wouldn't have blamed him if he'd run screaming. But I needed to be close to him, and he stayed. I'd started to fall asleep. It must have been close to midnight when the doorbell rang. The freaking doorbell. "Who the hell is it at this hour?" Ben said, grumpy. "Vampire." I muttered. He gave me the smirking "you can't be serious" look. Neither one of us moved. We couldn't be expected to answer the door at midnight. But the bell rang again, longer, like our visitor was leaning on the button.
Ben Gronet.
"It's an emergency." "Has to be." Lights on. Can't pretend we're asleep. Making a production out of it, he extricated himself from my grip and stood. "You stay, I'll check on it." I didn't argue. A full minute later, I heard from the front door. "Kitty, it's for you." I had no idea who it could be. I didn't know anyone in Pueblo besides Ben. I trudged to the front door. Ben gripped the handle of the open door and looked back at me. And there, on the other side of the threshold, stood Rick, the vampire. I needed to stop making flippant remarks like that. Oh my God. Rick. His height was average and his features pale, vaguely aristocratic, like a figure from an old painting. That may also have been the way he carried himself, straight-backed, self-possessed. Nothing would ever make him lose his temper. His dark hair was brushed back from his face and just touched his shoulders. He wore dark slacks, a well-pressed shirt, smart shoes, and an overcoat in summer. Rick was an odd duck. He was affiliated with Arturo, the master vampire of Denver, but he also maintained a degree of independence. I wasn't sure what he did for Arturo, or what he got out of the association. I wasn't exactly an expert on vampire internal politics. I did know he was at least a couple 100 years old, and he'd been in the region for much of that time. He had some great Old West stories. In the past, we'd done favors for each other, passing along useful information. Neither of us was as territorial as others of our kind. "What are you doing here?" "It's a long story. May I come in?" He gestured at the threshold. I had to invite him in. He looked at me, waiting, and I stared back, stupefied. Then inched closer to me and said to my ear, privately, "He smells dead." "Yeah," I whispered back. "That's how vampires smell. It's weird." He glared sidelong at Rick. The vampire waited quietly. I couldn't decide what to do. Do you trust him? Ben said. Ben and Cormac had been vampire hunting together. We'd never really discussed how Ben felt about vampires, but I knew he didn't think well of them in general. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important, Rick said. Rick had never given me a reason to be suspicious of him. I thought of him as one of the good guys. He'd done me favors. Still, I couldn't help but feel like I was going to regret this. Come on in, I said with a sigh, and stepped aside. Rick stepped across the threshold, hands stuck in the pockets of his overcoat. I sneaked a glimpse out at the curb. I wanted to see what kind of car a vampire would drive. Fully in character, I spotted a BMW convertible, silver and zippy. No way anyone in this neighborhood drove that car. I gave a low whistle. Nice. Thanks, Rick said. Turning back inside, I closed the door. I'd offer you something to drink, but, well, no way.
No offense.
That's all right. I had a drink before I came.
Ben shook his head, scowling.
To me, he said, I hate vampires. Rick wore an amused smile. Kitty, it's been a while. How are you? Now's not really a good time to ask that. I'm kind of drunk.
And sick.
Sick at heart. This is my friend, Ben.
Ben Rick.
Ben O'Farrell, isn't it? Rick said. Ben's back tightened, his shoulders bunching like hackles rising. A response to danger. He looked hard at Rick. Have we met?
No.
But you have an entry in the same file Arturo keeps on that bounty hunter, Cormac. It doesn't say anything about you being a werewolf. I thought for a minute Ben was going to jump him, the way every muscle in his body seemed to quiver. I resisted an urge to grab him and hold him back. But I had to admit, I was also creeped out that Arturo was keeping files on Cormac and God knew who else. Me most definitely. Couldn't help but wonder what it looked like. Trying to exude calm, I touched Ben's arm. You going to take that information back to him? Ben asked.
No, he said.
Rick, how did you find me? Matt gave me your address. Matt, the engineer from Knob, my old radio station. Okay, now did he give it to you, or did you, let's see, how do I put this to persuade him to give it to you? He, might have taken a little persuading. He actually smiled at that. I rolled my eyes. I was sure Matt was fine. Rick probably hadn't needed to do more than look him in the eyes and work a little of his vampire mojo on him. If I asked Matt, he wouldn't remember what had happened. Can we sit down somewhere? Rick said. We retreated to the living room. Ben and I sat on the sofa, and Rick found a chair to pull across from us. He sat, then leaned forward, elbows on knees. He seemed casual, almost friendly, at odds with the usual vampire sense of sophistication. Most vampires liked to be the coolest thing in the room. Rick usually didn't bother with the pretension. The BMW notwithstanding. He hesitated, studying me and Ben both, sizing us up. I didn't look straight back at him. Didn't meet that hypnotic gaze. I need your help, he said. I couldn't guess what he could possibly need from me that would drag him all the way out here from Denver. What kind of help do you need that you couldn't just call? He said, I'm going to move against Arturo. I'm looking for backing. He surprised me into staring back at him. He wanted to stage a coup and take over Denver? I hadn't thought he had that kind of ambition in him. Hell, he'd told me he didn't have that kind of ambition. Something had changed, obviously. Why? From an inside pocket of his overcoat, he drew out a folded piece of paper, a newspaper article. After unfolding it, he offered it to me. It showed a front-page story about a series of attacks that had taken place at a downtown nightclub. No one had been killed, but at least 3 people had been taken to the hospital with severe bite wounds. The victims claimed vampires had attacked them, though the vampires must have been pretty sloppy if the people even remembered being attacked. According to the article, the authorities were skeptical, but in this day and age they were considering all options. The article also included a quote from the CDC assuring people that a simple bite from a vampire would not infect them with vampirism. That didn't stop people from freaking out. The fact that Rick was showing me this suggested it really had been vampires. I'm afraid he's losing control. Part of a city's master's job was to keep things like this from happening. Keep the city's vampires under control. If they weren't controlled, people could die. When people died, The authorities got interested, and vampires didn't want that kind of attention if they expected to maintain their little empires. There's more, Rick continued. If he's perceived as weak by outsiders, others could move in to take control. He's in danger of losing his authority. If he seeks help from outside, he's in danger of losing his autonomy entirely. Other masters are moving in. Besides you, it's complicated. But I don't want to see control of the region fall into the wrong hands. And your hands are the right ones? He presented those hands in a gesture of offering. My gut feeling liked Rick, but I didn't know much more about him than that. Not enough to feel confident that his hands were the right ones. But I trusted him more than I trusted Arturo. Arturo hated my show and had tried to have me killed to get me to stop. Just on that basis, I'd rather have Rick in charge. What am I supposed to do? The Denver werewolves are siding with Arturo now. Carl and Meg have pledged their loyalty to him. Carl and Meg, Denver Pax Alphas. Definitely not my favorite people. Honestly, I'd be perfectly fine never hearing their names again. I didn't like the direction this was going. Rick said, if you took over the pack.
No, interrupta.
You're strong enough, especially with help. He shot a glance at Ben, clearly suggesting we'd make a good alpha pair. This was insane.
No.
Absolutely not. I lost that fight. I'm in exile, and you know what? I'm okay with that. I like being out. Let them keep the damn pack. Sorry, Rick, but you'll have to find another way to rally the wolves. Things have changed since you left. They've gone downhill. How long's it been? 6 months? 8, maybe 9. 3 more pack members have died. Carl and Meg killed them. You and TJ stirred the pack up before you left, and now those 2 are barely hanging on. It's unstable, Kitty. Nearly collapsed. It needs someone to fix it. I wasn't a savior. I couldn't fix every broken thing. Hell, I could barely hold my own life together. And you think I'm the answer? You almost were 8 months ago, and you've grown stronger since. I can see it.
No.
Ben reached over and took my hand, gently squeezing. His turn to offer support. Kitty's right. This isn't the time. I'm sorry, Rick said, but I'm out of time. The city is. Some of the vampires don't care about control anymore. I shook my head. Rick, I can't save everyone. The truth is, I like being a rogue. I like having space. I don't miss looking over my shoulder for a pissed-off alpha or constantly worrying about what half the pack is plotting behind my back. I get to live my own life. With your mate. A pack of 2. I kept forgetting.
Yeah.
That's right. What would it take to bring you back to Denver? Rick asked. I stared at him. Nothing. I'm not going back. I'm sorry. Well, thanks for being honest. He stood, adjusted his coat. I walked him to the door, Ben trailing behind with a moody attempt at intimidation that just made him look sullen. You're being very trusting, telling me all this, I said. A lot of folks in Denver would love to know what you're planning. Rick smirked. If you were on good terms with any of them, I might be worried. You invited me into your home. I'm just returning the courtesy. I wouldn't have thought twice about letting a friend in. But with Rick, the gesture held weight. In his world, that kind of invitation meant something. Had he expected me to refuse? Would he have left if I hadn't let him in? Was everything he said a result of that one moment? When's it happening? I asked, testing that fragile thread of trust. He shrugged, still gathering support. Soon. How will I know how it turns out? Come back to Denver in a month. If someone tries to kill you, you'll know. He smiled again. I hate this. I hate all of it. Then stay in Pueblo. And with a dry edge, he added, I'm sure no one will bother you here. Definitely a jab. Halfway to his car, I leaned out the door. Rick, good luck. He glanced over his shoulder, hands shoved in his pockets, then kept walking. Ben came up behind me, resting his hand on my hip. I don't have to tell you that guy creeps me out, do I? Yeah? Just wait until you meet the guy he's trying to take down. The one with the file on Cormac? Denver's master vamp. I didn't even know Denver had a master vampire. What's he like? Let's just say Rick's got his work cut out for him. I slipped from Ben's arms just long enough to shut the door, then nestled back against him. The beer hit me all at once, I was barely upright. Tugging at his shirt, I mumbled, "Let's go to bed." Getting drunk had worked. I fell asleep without thinking of babies, miscarriages, blood, vampires, or anything else. Underscore 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 underscore. The phone rang. Sitting on the nightstand, it sounded like someone banging a gong an inch from my head. Then the headache kicked in. I groaned and pulled the pillow over my face. You getting that?
Ben Greenbult.
What time is it? Early. Still ringing. I grabbed the phone and squinted at the caller ID. My parents' number. It was Tuesday, not Sunday. Mom never called on a weekday, unless something was wrong. I answered. Hello. Kitty. It was my dad. I sat up straight. Something was wrong. I love my dad and we've always gotten along, especially since I moved out. But he never called me. Goosebumps crawled up my arms. Hey, Dad. Ben sat up too, watching me with concern. He could tell something was off just by looking at me. Can you come up here today? This morning. What's going on? Is everything okay? Your mother's checking into the hospital.
What?
My voice cracked.
Why?
What's happening? Ben's hand found my leg, steadying me. She had a mammogram last week. She didn't tell me. Wait, how long has she known? She knew something on Sunday. She talked to me like everything was fine. My eyes stung with the weight of that silence. She found a lump, he said calmly. Might be nothing, could be benign. They're removing it and running tests. She's only staying overnight. It's standard procedure. Was he trying to reassure me or himself? She didn't want me to call, he added. Said it wasn't worth worrying over unless it turned out to be something. But I think it'd mean a lot to her if you were here. Or maybe he needed me too. The fear was easier to bear when it was shared.
Yeah.
Of course. What time? Which hospital? I got up and went looking for a pen. Scribbled everything down. Repeated it. The details gave my brain something to hold on to. Sorry for waking you, he said. I wouldn't have called unless it mattered. No, I'm glad you did. Dad, how are you holding up? It'll be okay. We'll get this taken care of and move on. He spoke like he believed saying the words made them true. You didn't answer my question. After a moment. I'm managing. Right now, your mom's what matters.
Yeah.
I'm coming. I'm leaving now. See you soon. I hung up, set the phone down, and started digging through the closet for clothes. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Kitty. Ben said quietly from the bed. I have to go to Denver.
Now.
Just like that? Exile's over. Ben, it's my mom. I know. I heard. I considered showering. No time. Clothes, jeans? No, something nicer. I pulled on a blouse, tied my hair back. Ben got dressed too. When I rushed around the house looking for my bag and shoes, he took the car keys from my hand. I'm driving, he said. You don't have to. You're falling apart. I'm driving. I started crying. He held me, and I let it happen for a minute. Then I pulled myself together. No time for panic. No time for fear. 10 minutes later, we were heading north. Chapter 3. Morning traffic was brutal. It took us 3 hours to make it to Denver. Luckily, Ben knew exactly where the hospital was and drove us straight there. I'm not just a lawyer, he said with a smirk. I'm an ambulance-chasing lawyer. Thank God, he came. The parking garage was overflowing, but Ben calmly wound his way up level after level until we found a spot. I couldn't figure out how to work the elevator, and once we hit the lobby, I froze at the sight of crisscrossing hallways. Ben guided me at every turn, finally nudging me toward the information desk. I clutched my aching stomach. The cramps hadn't let up. I still felt sick, empty inside. Don't say anything, I whispered, walking close to him. Don't mention the miscarriage. Okay. I leaned on the counter. I'm here to see Gail Norville. She was supposed to check in this morning. The receptionist took forever typing into her system. For a minute, I almost believed it was a mistake. Maybe Mom wasn't even sick. Maybe she wasn't here at all, and I could yell at Dad later for dragging me into this mess. "She's here," the receptionist said cheerfully. "Outpatient ward. Scheduled for surgery in an hour. Room 207, one floor up. Turn right." I was already moving before she finished. Ben thanked her on my behalf. The elevator crawled. I wanted to scream at it. Ben stood next to me, our arms touching. Just that little bit of contact calmed me. The doors opened to a typical hospital hallway. Pale walls, humming fluorescents, numbered doors. I tuned out everything but the room numbers.
Turn right.
201, 203. Room 207's door was open. I didn't know what I'd find. I stepped in cautiously, shoulders tight, bracing for anything. They were all there, my entire family. Mom lay in bed, dressed in a hospital gown, propped up, cradling my baby nephew Jeffy and keeping him entertained with a stuffed tiger. Dad stood nearby. Cheryl was seated close, watching Jeffy. Mark was in the back, trying to comfort Nikki, who was red-faced and teary-eyed, clearly sensing the tension without understanding it. "Hi." Everyone turned. For a moment, the smiles weren't so forced. "Kitty." Mom laughed. I rushed to her and hugged her the best I could. "You're really here," I said, burying my face in her hair. "You should have told me," I whispered. "That's what your sister said," she replied with a shrug. Jeffy stared at me, blinking, batting the tiger.
"He's gotten so big," I said.
"Well, duh," Cheryl teased, grinning. Then came hugs all around Dad, Cheryl, even Mark. I waved at Nikki. She stared back, blinking away her tears. She didn't remember me. Why would she? I wasn't part of her daily life. And I'd probably never be. Those two kids, they were the closest I'd ever come to having my own. I forced myself not to cry. I looked around at my family, fit, athletic, like something out of a country club ad. Mom and Dad had met on the college tennis team and still played. Dad's brown hair was flecked with dignified gray. We daughters all had Mom's blonde, though hers had turned ashy. But Mom didn't look like herself. No makeup, hair limp and unstyled. She looked ill, even if she smiled and tried to seem okay. I could see the tension in her hands and jaw. Then Dad noticed Ben, standing quietly by the door. Everyone followed his gaze. Well, that wasn't how I meant to introduce him. But no turning back now. "This is Ben," I said, guiding him forward. "Mom, Dad, this is Ben. That's Cheryl and Mark, and the Rugrats are Jeffy and Nikki." "Hello, Ben," Mom said, practically glowing. "So nice to finally meet you." Ben shook their hands politely. "Mr. and Mrs. Norville." "Please call me Gail," Mom cooed. "This feels like high school," I muttered. "Didn't introducing your boyfriend to your parents get easier with age?" The room was warm, with cheerful paint and a sunny bedspread. But it still smelled like a hospital. And Mom was still sick. "What's the situation?" I asked. Mom brushed it off. "It might be nothing. If it's cancer, it's early. A little radiation and I'll be fine. I might not even have to take time off work." She was the only one smiling. I glanced at Dad. I'd never seen that look on his face. Anguish he didn't know how to express. It was like he felt the whole world was crumbling, and he was the only one holding it up. Before the surgery, Mom took my hand. "If I'd known getting cancer was the only way to get you home, I'd have done it sooner." "Don't joke like that, Mom." She looked sheepish.
"Sorry."
"I'm just glad you're here. You won't disappear again, will you?" I shook my head. "I'll be right here when you wake up." "Good." The surgeon was calm and reassuring. Routine, nothing to worry about. We waited in a generic lounge full of plastic chairs and old magazines. Ben stayed with me the whole time. Dad made polite small talk. The kids, thankfully, helped distract everyone, tossing toys, reading board books. The surgery went fine. The doctor was confident he removed the entire lump, still not calling it a tumor. Now we just had to wait for the test results. Ben and I went home, his home. A condo in Cherry Creek. Dusty, untouched. I hadn't let him come back before, just in case Carl found him. It was a bachelor pad. Leather couch, flat-screen TV, messy coffee table, a desk drowning in files. The kitchen was small, the bedroom tucked away in back. I had the urge to snoop. Well, it didn't burn down, Ben said as he shut the door. That's a relief. How long have you lived here? For years. Liked the place, the price was right. He stepped to the balcony window, taking in the view. I missed this. Truthfully, I missed Denver too, my spots, the mountains. But I couldn't enjoy being back.
There was too much weighing on me.
I dropped my bag and sank onto the couch. I still felt like a stranger. I'd been gone for months. Now I was back, but everything had changed. Ben plopped beside me. We need groceries. My mom cleared the fridge, so at least it won't smell. I barely heard him. I leaned back, holding my head.
How many times could a life fall apart?
He glanced over. Want to see the bedroom? His eyebrow quirked playfully. You say that to all the girls? I can tell you're not blown away by the place. It's not that. I just don't know what to do next. I suggested. I groaned, curling up against him. I keep waiting for Carl and Meg to burst through the door. Are they really that bad? I know what you told me, but still. Maybe you're building them up in your head. I stared at him. They murdered my best friend. I'm not exaggerating. He stroked my hair, and I melted into his touch. His place. His smell. I felt almost safe. I don't know what freaks me out more, I said. Mom, the pack, Rick. If he finds out I'm here. Denver's huge. Who's going to tell him? Oh, Ben. You're so cute when you're being naive. And you're cute when you're paranoid. It's not paranoia. When they're actually out to get you, I know. Remember what you told me when I freaked out and didn't know what to do? No, what? Get back to work. Best cure for everything. My old station, Knob, was here in Denver. Maybe it was time to go back. I'd love to see Matt, Ozzy, and the crew again. Everyone would expect to find me there, I said. Then don't tell anyone you're staying there. You think they'll be watching the front door? They might.
Feeney.
Suit yourself. Stay holed up here if you want. But if you start climbing the walls, I'm kicking you out. I didn't make it more than a day in Ben's condo before I left on my own. He didn't have to kick me out. The next day was Friday and I had a show to do. I wasn't about to let a little paranoia, however warranted, keep me away. The Knob building looked exactly the same. A squat brick structure from the 70s, 3 stories tall, and tucked off on a quiet street. If not for the cluster of antennas on the roof, it could pass for almost anything. I slipped through the front door like a guilty runaway finally coming home. I didn't recognize the woman at the reception desk. She was around my age, wore glasses, and was focused intently on some paperwork. She didn't look up and I hesitated. Was I supposed to just walk in like I still worked there? Had someone else taken over my office? Keeping with the vibe of the day, I snuck past her and headed upstairs. Avoidance was always a solid strategy. Offices were on the 2nd floor, studios and archives on the 3rd. I was tempted to go all the way up just to breathe in the air of the place, to find my favorite worn-out chair and give it a nostalgic spin. I'd logged a lot of hours here, starting as an intern, then becoming a DJ, then finally launching my own show. This was where everything began. I was too young to be feeling this sentimental, but here we were. Maybe that's why I skipped the 3rd floor and went looking for Ozzy, the station manager, on the 2nd. I should have called ahead, given him a heads up. I really needed to stop second-guessing myself. Creeping along like a trespasser, I strained for voices, trying to tell who was around and where Ozzy might be. Maybe I hadn't been gone that long. The same flyers still hung on the bulletin board, the usual reminders to clean out the fridge and sign up for the staff picnic. Kitty, Matt, young, broad-shouldered, with black hair tied in a ponytail, popped around the corner. He'd been my right-hand man for the show, running the tech both live and remote when I was traveling. I broke into a grin. Matt. We hugged, laughing. Just like that, I was home again. Matt launched into a rapid-fire stream of questions. What are you doing here? I didn't know you were back. Why didn't you call? We've got the setup in Pueblo ready to go. Are we bringing it back, or Is this just a drop-in or what? I stepped back, shrugging a little. I guess I'm back. It kind of happened fast. Is that okay? I think so. Kitty. Ozzy appeared behind him, coming around the corner. He was still the aging hippie type, ponytail thinning, and whoa, he'd grown a beard. Wild. He hugged me hard, lifting me off the ground. Despite everything that had happened, all the media buzz and complications, this was the one place where I wasn't just a werewolf. Here I was still a DJ first, and it felt amazing. What are you doing here? He asked with a familiar frown. He was the kind of guy who liked things predictable. We thought you weren't coming back. Your office is a storage closet now. Well, that answered that. Plans changed. I didn't get a chance to call. It was last minute. Extremely last minute. Had it only been 2 days since Dad called about Mom? Is it a problem? Can I do tomorrow's show here? Yeah, sure, of course. Matt shrugged, which Ozzy took as a yes. No problem. So, what brought you back? Everything okay? In that moment, it felt like everything was okay. This place made it feel that way. Whatever was outside could stay outside. This was home. Everything's fine, I said with a smile. Underscore 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 underscore. The next week, I moved like I was navigating a minefield, carefully, bracing for the inevitable boom. I managed to fall into something like a routine, though it was a tense one. Most of the stress came from waiting to hear about Mom's biopsy, waiting to find out if it was cancer, how bad, what kind, and what came next. Then, and I made a quick trip back to Pueblo to grab some things and our other car. Moving to Denver was starting to feel permanent, although a small part of me kept thinking, if the test's negative, I can still bolt. I kept my distance from downtown and the foothills to the northwest, where the pack usually roamed. Anywhere supernatural types might show up, I avoided. I mostly stayed home. My circuit was Knob, Ben's place, and my parents' house in Aurora. That was it. I caught up on a lot of reading. Ozzy didn't reclaim my old office from its new life as a supply closet, but he gave me a new one, a small, cozy space that had been waiting for a marketing assistant who never showed. Within days, I'd cluttered it up so much it looked like I'd been there for months. Newspapers, magazines, stacks of mail, none of it filtered by an assistant anymore, and a radio always tuned to Knob. It was like I'd never left, right down to the phone, ringing more than I'd like. And I still startled every time. This time it was my cell. "Hi, this is Kitty," I answered, trying to sound cheerful. Well, if it isn't the famous werewolf, Kitty Norville," said a dry, female voice. I knew that voice. I faked a pleasant tone. "Detective Harden." "Hello." Detective Jessie Harden had worked a string of werewolf murders before I left Denver. She was one of the rare ones who believed me when I told her the killer was a werewolf, before anyone else even admitted we existed. I respected her for that. But she had a knack for calling with difficult questions. I was her unofficial supernatural consultant. "I've got a question for you. Are you keeping up with what's happening in Denver?" She didn't know I was back. She'd called my cell. I could have been anywhere. A tiny win. So far, staying under the radar was working. As long as I didn't let it slip that I was back in town, maybe she wouldn't show up with some new gruesome case for me to look at. I remembered Rick's article. I heard about the vampire attacks at that nightclub. Are you on that case? Just on the edges. We know they were vampires. We've even got descriptions. We're staking out the likely clubs, more or less. But actually, something else just landed on my desk. "Oh, I've just been put in charge of the Paranatural Division of the Denver Police Department," she said, her voice laced with dry humor, as if the whole thing was one big cosmic joke. "Looks like I'm the one who's going to be writing the rulebook on this stuff." "Well, congrats, I think. So tell me, if the police need to detain a werewolf on a full moon night, what's the plan?" "Coat the jail bars with silver." I had to admit she was sharp. Okay, and what about a vampire serving a life sentence? That's still a work in progress. Personally, I'd vote for a nice, sunny cell with southern exposure. This was the person tasked with shaping paranormal policing policy? Detective, as fun as this chat is, I'm guessing you didn't call just to exchange witty banter. You caught me. I picked up on it using my finely honed animal senses.
She actually laughed.
Sure you did. So, about that old legend, vampires and mirrors. The idea that they don't have reflections. How much of that is true? And how much is just folklore? I shrugged, even though she couldn't see it. My uncertainty bled into my voice. I'm honestly not sure. I've never tested it, and maybe I should have. I'd met more than a few vampires, but in hindsight, I couldn't recall any clear reflections. Nothing in a mirror, a window, even polished metal. Was it something I'd missed? Or were they somehow able to divert attention, subtly hiding what was or wasn't there? Why are you asking? I said. I've got questions. If they don't show up in mirrors, do they register on camera? Could there be something in how they reflect or bend light that makes them vanish from certain surfaces, or even film? I can ask around, see what I can find out. I'd appreciate that. I'm working on a case, convenience store robbery downtown. Surveillance footage just came across my desk because something's off. The crooks are on camera, standing at the register, grabbing the cash. But they don't really appear. They're more like shadows or afterimages. Everyone else is crystal clear, the cashier, other customers, but these two are just blurs. And none of the witnesses can describe them. The clerk remembers the robbery but can't recall what they looked like, what they said, whether they had a weapon or not. It doesn't add up. Interesting theory. I never heard of vampires pulling stick-ups. Most preferred building wealth over centuries, not smashing registers. I don't remember ever seeing a vampire in a photo, but I've never asked either. Anything you can dig up helps. The skeptics here think vampire just means I'm totally baffled. I'd love to prove them wrong. So, if I spot a couple of vampires lugging cash bags, I should give you a ring? Exactly. She ended the call, and I was relieved she hadn't asked when I'd be back in Denver or requested copies of the footage for review. I'd half expected it. And that wasn't the only call I got that day. They always came in waves. The next rang through the office line, forwarded from Knob's main desk. The voice on the line was smooth, confident, almost sugary. Definitely someone from the entertainment industry. I knew the type.
Kitty Norville.
This is Judy Jones. Do you have a minute?
Sure.
What's going on? I'm a publicist based in New York, and I've got a client I think would be perfect for your show, if you're open to it. These calls weren't uncommon. My show didn't pull massive ratings, but it hit a niche market, exactly what some clients were after. A quick guest spot could mean priceless exposure, and I could always decline. So I asked the obvious. Who's your client? Have you heard of Mercedes Cook? Of course. Broadway icon. She's been playing leads for decades. What makes you think she'd be a good fit for my show? Judy's tone shifted, teasing, like she was about to drop a punchline. Ms. Norville, I'll need you to keep what I'm about to say strictly confidential.
Can you do that?
Could I keep a secret? Always.
Sure. What's going on?
People are starting to raise eyebrows about Ms. Cook's career. Like you said, she's been landing romantic leads for over 40 years.
And she hasn't aged.
Not a wrinkle, not a line, not a single shift since her first chorus role back in the 60s. A chill crept up my spine. I hadn't considered it. Wouldn't have. I'd have guessed surgery, makeup, or sheer luck. Some people hit 25 and coast for decades. But if that were the case, Judy wouldn't be calling me. I'd never been close enough to smell her. Never had a chance to know.
Go on, I said.
With all the recent media buzz about the paranormal, which I'm sure you're aware of, people are finally asking the right questions. The fact is, we'd rather make a statement than let someone else break the story. Think about it, Ms. Norville. America's first celebrity werewolf sits down for a live interview with America's first celebrity vampire.
Perfect.
Too perfect. One of the country's most cherished stage legends of vampire? The conservative watchdogs were going to explode. She'd never made my list of maybe vamps, that secret list of mine filled with two youthful celebrities. And I couldn't breathe a word. Jones knew what she was doing. Offering the scoop was her leverage. If I wanted the exclusive, I had to keep the secret. I took a steadying breath, trying to sound casual. That's a fascinating angle, Ms. Jones. I'd love to have her on. I'm sure I can find time in the schedule. When would she be available? Would this week be too soon? She's passing through Denver on tour. This week's fine. I'll arrange for her to come by your studio. That should work, yes. Absolutely. I'll make sure everything's ready. Great. Would you like tickets to her show?
Why not?
That'd be lovely. Thanks. I'll be in touch. She hung up, and just like that, I had the week's show locked in. Only then did I realize I'd accidentally confirmed I was in Denver. But surely she wouldn't spill that to anyone who might stir trouble. After the interview, I'd have to give Detective Harden a call, let her know Mercedes Cook had mountains of headshots and was featured in countless musical recordings. Vampires definitely appeared on camera. So, whatever haunted that convenience store, it wasn't her. Chapter 4. Judy Jones reserved tickets for me for the Thursday night concert. Not only that, but I had an invitation to visit Mercedes Cook afterward, with a backstage pass. I was starting to feel like some kind of big deal myself. This was all to butter me up, so I'd give a flattering interview.
We'd see about that.
I had 2 tickets, and I wanted a date. Ben didn't want to go. That really isn't my kind of thing, he said, working at his desk the day before the concert. Have you ever even been to a show like this? World-class singer, world-class concert hall. It'll knock your socks off. He spared a brief glance over his shoulder. I'm really not all that into music. Oh, now he tells me. Ben, I started my adult life as a radio DJ. You can't live with me and not be into music. Are you saying that all the times I blast The Clash while making dinner you haven't been into it? To be honest, I mostly tune it out. How the hell do you tune out The Clash? Turned all the way up? Once again, I reminded myself that Ben and I were together by accident. Did we even know each other, really? Ben, I'd really like to go to this.
Together.
He leaned back in his chair and sighed. Still wouldn't look at me. Can you get someone else to go? Maybe your sister.
No.
Not the same. You know how you keep saying that we've never been on a real date? We were living together, sleeping together. We were practically married. We'd skipped clean over the whole dating thing and went straight into settled. I wanted to change that. Can this be it? Finally, he turned, stared at me in a way that was almost a wolf challenge, asking for a fight or offering to give one. Then he gave a sly half smile.
Are you asking me out? He said.
Yeah, I am. Well, okay then. I turned my gaze to the ceiling, as if that would tell me how his brain worked. You're really obnoxious, you know that? He was still grinning when he turned back to his desk. I convinced Ben to dress up, suit, tie, the works. I knew he could pull out the GQ polish for important courtroom appearances and high-level meetings. The rest of the time, not so much. But we were having a night on the town, and I wanted to go all out. Who knew when we'd ever do anything like this again? He finished dressing while I was in the shower, and I hurried because I didn't want to be that stereotype of the woman who takes forever to get ready while the guy is in the living room glancing at his watch. Hair dried and up, makeup on, earrings, necklace, little black dress, and strappy heels. I was probably way overdressed, but I didn't care. The dress was a clingy silk number with spaghetti straps, sexy, without being trampy. I'd only worn it once before. It had given me good luck then. I contorted in order to see myself in the narrow, full-length mirror, making sure the skirt was all smoothed out, that a few wisps of hair were artfully arranged around my face, and rearranged, and arranged again, and that everything was in order. Kitty, we'd probably better. Ben's steps approached just as I bent over to adjust a strap on my shoe one more time.
Wow. He stopped in the doorway.
He stared. I straightened and stared back. The look in his eyes, I found myself blushing in places I didn't know I could blush. For his part, Ben was wearing his best courtroom suit, charcoal gray, perfectly tailored, with a rust-colored tie. The lines were smooth, giving him a slim, fit appearance, an image of power and privilege. His hair was a touch too long to lay slicked back, so it flopped over his forehead with a rakish, mischievous air. Put a pair of Ray-Bans on him. He'd be downright scary. Dreamily scary. Wow yourself, I said. I resisted an urge to lick my lips, but I did gulp a little. You, clean up pretty well. His voice seemed a bit subdued, and he'd started fidgeting with his cufflinks. You, too. I didn't have cufflinks to fidget with, so I laced my fingers together behind my back. The blushing was getting worse. My whole body was turning red. I was sure of it. Did he have any idea just how amazing he looked? Can I kiss you? He said, kind of offhand, as if we hadn't kissed 100 times before and the thought had just occurred to him. In reply, I took a slow step toward him, and another. Before I knew it, he touched my face and brought our lips together. The kiss was hot, hungry. I held him and pulled myself close to him. His hands slipped down my back, one of them moving farther, cupping my bottom. Just a thin layer of silk lay between us. And still, we kissed. We finally pulled apart to catch our breath. I suppose we should do this sort of thing more often, he said. Yeah, I said, whispering, a little shaky. All of a sudden, I didn't want to go to the concert. I was still holding on to him. He ducked his gaze. I was going to say, we'd probably better get going. We'll be late.
Yeah.
We still didn't move. Then, at almost the same moment, we started giggling. I pressed my face to his shoulder to stop myself, and he hugged me, and the intensity of whatever had just happened went away. Mostly, it went away. I said, grinning. Hey, want to go on a date with me? Absolutely. We looked like $1,000,000. Stalking arm in arm, we crossed the courtyard of the Denver Center for the Performing Arts, a collection of theaters in the heart of downtown, to the doors of the concert hall. We turned heads, the two of us, like we were in a commercial for diamond jewelry or a music video. Sure, we were way overdressed compared to a lot of the crowd. Why did some Coloradoans think it was okay to wear jeans to a symphony concert? And it made us stand out, but in the kind of way that the stares told me that they all wished they could be us. My grin felt silly, but I felt better when I glanced at Ben and saw the same grin on him. The alpha pair indeed. I even almost forgot that I was supposed to be in hiding. I kept telling myself that none of the Denver wolves would be here. Lycanthropes avoided crowds like this, and the vampires didn't hang out here. I'd be fine, just fine. I didn't wilt in the middle of the crowd. I felt on top of the world. We collected our tickets from O'Call, were ushered to our seats, and settled in as the orchestra was tuning up. The lights went down, the conductor appeared, and the orchestra launched into an overture. Then she appeared, entering stage right. Mercedes Cook had ivory skin and brick red hair, the rich color and sheen of silk, rippling past her shoulders. A midnight blue, shimmering gown clung to her slim figure. Her limbs were slender, her face aristocratic, like that of a Greek statue. I couldn't tell her height from where we sat, about halfway back in the orchestra section. She seemed to fill the stage. She seemed bigger than life. I was close enough that the hall's air conditioning system carried her scent to me, the cold, clean scent of a vampire. If I hadn't been warned, I'd have been shocked. She moved with such energy, such vibrancy. A consummate performer, she had a spark in her gaze. I could guess her story. She'd always aspired to the stage. A talented performer, vampirism wasn't going to halt her ambitions. Maybe she even sought out the vampirism, or encountered the opportunity and grabbed it as a chance to hold on to that elusive advantage of youth and beauty. She'd been on stage since the 60s, when her official biography set the start of her career. Maybe she'd even been around longer, a vaudeville performer or singer in the 20s and 30s who disappeared and changed her identity to start a career on Broadway. That would take a bit of research and digging. I was hoping I could get the scoop from Mercedes herself. Vampires didn't need to breathe. Their blood was borrowed, and their hearts didn't beat. They existed in a kind of stasis, never decaying and never experiencing the cellular processes of life. But they used their lungs, inhaling air in order to speak and to sing. Mercedes's vocal cords didn't suffer at all from her being a vampire. She was a belter, yet her mezzo voice rang like a bell. She sang show tunes and torch songs. Fast, jazzy pieces and slow, bluesy pieces. Some I recognized, some I didn't. Every one of them had me at the edge of my seat. She owned that stage, and she needed the full orchestra to keep up with her. Nothing else possibly could.
She spotted me.
From the stage, she looked right at me, caught my gaze, and she knew who I was, could tell what I was from 40 feet away. Her smile thinned, her eyes narrowed into a sultry gaze, almost but not quite winking at me. Then she turned, and it was all part of the song, all part of the act. Every person in the audience probably imagined she was looking right at them. Part of me didn't trust her talent. Vampires had something: energy, power, presence. They were seductive. They spent decades practicing being seductive. More than that, some of them could entrance you with a look, hypnotize you. You'd follow them anywhere without knowing what was happening. They lured their prey to them. She might have been casting that spell over the whole audience. Ben's jaw was open. She gave 2 encores, then the lights came up and it was over. I shook my head, like I was trying to clear a fog from my mind. The spell was fading. I reached over to close Ben's mouth for him. He blinked, also spellbound. "She's impressive," he said. "Want to meet her? I've got a backstage pass." "Are you kidding?" "Perks of the job, baby." Was I imagining it? Is she really? Yeah. That's why I'm here. Come on. I grabbed his hand and pulled him into the aisle. Back in the lobby, I followed my nose to a side corridor that led to a plain-looking door. We slipped through it to the chaos of backstage. Cables and lighting fixtures decorated shadowy concrete walls. Velvet drapes hung from a ceiling that was lost in darkness. The whole thing was, strangely, both cozy and industrial. Musicians carried instrument cases from the brightly lit stage. I didn't spot anyone who looked official. At most rock and pop music concerts, a whole barrage of staff and bouncer types would have stopped us from getting this far. I'd marshaled my speeches that would get me past them to see Mercedes. But no one paid attention to me here. I was almost relieved when I spotted someone dressed all in black and wearing a headset. Even then, I had to intercept her. "Can you help me? I was invited to visit with Ms. Cook after the show. Do you know where I can find her?" Just like that, the techie showed Ben and me to a back hallway where the dressing rooms were. "Well?" asked Ben. "Ready for this?" He shrugged. "It's your show. Remember, she's a vampire. Totally creepy. Don't let her seduce you." "Hey," he said, indignant, and I knocked. "Come in," said Mercedes Cook in her rich mezzo. I opened the door inward. As I did, the stunning redhead seated at a long, brightly lit makeup table turned to me. She'd put a black silk robe over her gown. Her face was perfectly made up, if thickly for the benefit of the stage. Cosmetics masked the usual pale vampire complexion. She looked alive, more so than any vampire I'd ever met. And her image showed in the mirror, perfectly clear. Vases of flowers covered the table and spilled onto the floor nearby, giving the room a tropical, heady atmosphere. "You must be Kitty Norville," she said. I offered my hand to shake, and she did, smiling indulgently. Her grip was cool. I gestured over my shoulder. "This is my friend, Ben." "Great show, Ms. Cook," Ben said diplomatically. He stayed a step behind me, ready to let me make my own mess. "Thank you very much," she said, flashing a brilliant smile. "Please come in, have a seat. I think there are a couple of extra chairs here." We found the chairs, and I scooted mine close to her, like we were a couple of old friends. I rarely had a chance to prep for an interview like this, meeting the subject beforehand and getting a feel for how they'll respond to my questions. In moments, Mercedes put me at ease. Already I could feel that she was going to give a great interview. "Thanks so much for the tickets. We had a great time."
"I'm glad."
"I had a good audience tonight, but I always wonder. Maybe they're just being polite. Friendly, endearing. She didn't even talk like a vampire. Maybe she was young, for a vampire, and hadn't yet acquired the arrogance of centuries." I started to ask, then thought I should save it for tomorrow's interview. "If you're up for taking calls during the interview tomorrow, you'll get to ask your fans directly." "I'm looking forward to it. I've done lots of interviews, but never anything like this." That smile glittered. Not a hint of Fong showed. She genuinely seemed happy about the interview. I want to thank you for giving me this chance. Once I decided to tell the world what I am, I had to decide how to do it. Being on your show seemed like such a fun alternative to a stuffy press conference. I was sought after. My show had credibility. I could have burst with pride. I tried to stay grounded. Going public will change everything. No one will ever look at you the same. This could end your career. Or it might elevate everything to a whole new level. Going public certainly hasn't done your career any harm. I can't argue with that. But honestly, most days I feel like I'm barely keeping my head above water. She laughed, a melodic, effortless sound. Of course she did. That's not a werewolf thing. That's just life. She wasn't wrong. I gave a wry smile. If you decide to back out of the interview, I won't hold it against you. Don't worry, Kitty. I'm not some naive newcomer. Going public was my decision. I know what I'm getting into. These kinds of interviews were a dance, mutual benefit, but ideally without sounding like we were just promoting ourselves. We wanted it to feel fun, like an easygoing chat. Meanwhile, I tried to extract as much real info as I could. I gave her a sly grin. Mind if I ask how not young you are? Why is that always the first question people ask when they find out you're a vampire? Her eyes narrowed, a playful mystery in her smile. Well, it was worth a shot. Morbid curiosity, probably. Are you part of a family? Do you have a master you had to convince about this? No family. I run my own show. That's how I like it. Amen to that, I said. So, the plan for the interview is, we start with the big reveal, I'll throw out a few questions, then we'll open the phone lines. Sound good? Perfect. I'll see you at the station at 11 tomorrow night. You've got my number? Call if you need anything. I'll be fine, thanks, she said, laughter still laced in her voice. Thanks again for doing this. My pleasure. We shook hands. She and Ben exchanged a smile, and we left the theater. I was practically skipping. I felt so energized. I chattered at Ben. This is going to be amazing. She's so cool, nothing like most vampires. Usually, they're complete snobs. I thought she'd be twice as bad. Vampire and Broadway diva? But she was lovely. My audience is going to love her. Ben smiled, clearly amused. Maybe it's because she's been pretending to be human for so long. Like you. Spend enough time acting human, and you start seeming human.
Ha.
That's actually a good point. I filed it away for the interview. Could make a good talking point. I couldn't wait. It's nice to see you in such a good mood, Ben said. I was in a good mood. I grinned and hugged his arm. How long do you think I can make it last? You'll need to keep yourself distracted. Keep your mind off everything else. Even that small mention of stress threatened to pull me out of my high. Stay distracted.
Got it.
I pulled his arm over my shoulders and leaned in close, walking side by side, body to body. Any suggestions on how I might do that? He stopped, cupped my face, and kissed me, slow, deep, full of warmth and desire. My skin tingled and my toes curled. When we broke apart, I smiled. That's a pretty good start. We headed home, and Ben made sure I stayed thoroughly distracted for quite a while. Underscore 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 underscore. Another Friday night rolled around, like clockwork. I sent one of the interns, one who practically worshipped Broadway, to meet Mercedes Cook in the Knob lobby and escort her to the studio. She arrived 10 minutes early, sweeping in like a queen, poised and radiant. It didn't seem like an act either. Maybe this really was just her. She wore a sleek black camisole, a matching cardigan, a long flowing skirt, and stylish sandals, summer-appropriate and effortlessly chic. Her hair was up in a bun, beaded earrings catching the light. I could live 1,000 years and never be that effortlessly elegant. I welcomed her, introduced her to Matt, and guided her to her seat. The intern hurried to the booth to watch. Even Matt looked a little starstruck. Here's your mic and headphones. She adjusted the mic like a pro and gave me an amused look. Clearly, this wasn't her first rodeo. 30 seconds, Kitty. Matt called from the booth. You ready for this? I asked her. I was practically buzzing with excitement. This exact studio, was where I'd first told the world I was a werewolf. This felt full circle. Fated. More than ready, Mercedes said, her energy matching mine. She perched forward, graceful, confident. I couldn't tell whether that composure came from being a centuries-old vampire or a seasoned performer. Maybe both. Then here we go. Matt counted down, and instinct took over. The opening chords of CCR's Bad Moon Rising played, fading into Mercedes Cook's smooth rendition of a Cole Porter classic. Good evening, loyal listeners, and welcome to the Midnight Hour, the show that doesn't shy away from the dark or from those who dwell in it. I'm Kitty Norville, and tonight I've got a very special guest, Broadway legend Mercedes Cook. She's lit up the stage for over 40 years, and she's not slowing down anytime soon. Mercedes, welcome. Thank you, Kitty. It's a pleasure to be here. We'd agreed to dive straight in, no small talk, just the big reveal and the reactions that would follow. Mercedes, a lot of people have been asking why I invited you onto the show. I love musical theater, but it's not my usual beat. Would you like to explain why you're here tonight? Well, it's simple. I'm a vampire, and I thought it was time people knew. She said it coolly, clearly. No drama.
Just the truth.
She was an actress, after all. Goosebumps prickled down my arms. Through the glass, Matt looked like he was about to whistle in awe. The intern looked stunned. All right, folks, you heard it here first. Now, I've got 2 questions everyone asks about vampires. First, how old are you? Oh, come on. You know better than to ask a lady her age. That never stops me. Come on, just a hint. What if I told you I started in vaudeville? Nailed it. No way. That's incredible. So now that you're out of the vampire closet, do you think you'll release some old photos? Let people see what acts you were in. Any secret recordings hiding in someone's attic? I hadn't thought about that. Maybe I should take a look. Now, what was your second question? How did you become a vampire? She gave me a look, knowing, sly, and her voice matched it. Almost as personal as the first one. Was it your choice? Yes, it was. Did you do it for your career? To stay young, maybe?
Not exactly.
It's more complicated than that, as these things usually are. I'd hate for any young aspiring actress to think vampirism is a valid career strategy. It comes with serious downsides. I remember being invited to sing at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and not being able to explain why I had to decline. I made this work for me because I wanted it to work. Still, you've got what most actresses dream of, eternal youth. But does it ever bother you that you won't get to play those great older roles? Hello, Dolly. Arsenic and old lace. That's a real downside, yes. I've thought about it. It would be ironic, wouldn't it? Needing makeup to look old. A vampire with a sense of humor. I loved her. So, what do you think is next for your career? Do you think this changes things? Mercedes said, it's a gamble. I'm betting that my reputation and talent will matter more than what I am. It's a test. Do you think people might come see you because you're a vampire? Maybe. Has being a vampire helped you in other ways? You've got eternal youth, but what about stage presence? That connection with the audience? I saw your show, and honestly, it felt almost supernatural.
Thank you, I think.
But I know what you're getting at, the myths. Vampiric charm. Mind control. Exactly. I was a performer long before I was a vampire. I'd like to think my talent's mine alone. Which wasn't exactly an answer.
Not that I was surprised.
Well then, Mercedes, ready to take some calls? Let's do it. The phone lines lit up, just like Broadway. Hi, Frankie, you're on the air. What would you like to ask Ms. Cook? Oh my God, I knew it. I just knew it. You haven't aged a day in 40 years. You've been a fan for a long time? Mercedes asked, her voice bubbling with laughter. No, I mean, I haven't even been alive that long. I cut in. Wow, Frankie, you really know how to charm a girl. You know what I meant. What I'm really getting at is, These days, with so many actors and actresses who never seem to age, it was bound to come up. It can't all be plastic surgery. I want to ask Mercedes if she knows any other celebrities who might be vampires. It's not my place to share that sort of thing. I certainly wouldn't have appreciated it if someone outed me before I was ready. Not even a hint. I jumped in again. I have to wonder if going public as a vampire will become the next trend. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. Next caller, hi there. Miss Cook, I've been a fan for years. You must have such an interesting perspective. How has musical theater evolved during your career? You've basically lived through its entire modern history. You could probably write a book. What an intriguing idea. Maybe I will. I was surprised by how many musical theater fans were in my audience, and thrilled that they asked such smart questions. Mercedes never seemed the least bit bored. A few clueless callers asked how to become vampires, and Mercedes responded gracefully with my go-to line. This wasn't a lifestyle she recommended. We were here to discuss real issues, not glamorize anything. Overall, things stayed upbeat until the very end. All right, we've probably got time for one or two more. Next caller, hello. The voice was low, male, cautious, as if he didn't want anyone to overhear. Mercedes. I have to ask, what do you get out of this public reveal? I know vampires, and I've heard of you. Everything you do has a purpose. It hadn't occurred to me until then that her reputation among vampires might be something very different from her Broadway persona. I said, you seem to be talking about a different Mercedes Cook than the one sitting here with me. Maybe I am. Just don't forget, she didn't start out as who you see now. She's probably reinvented herself a dozen times over the decades. And how exactly would you know that? The line went dead. Mercedes and I exchanged a look. She raised a perfectly shaped brow and gave a slight shrug, like she was just as puzzled. Back to the age thing, I said. You're still not going to tell me, are you? No, I'm afraid not. To our mystery caller, I'll say this. I can see exactly what Mercedes gains by revealing what she is. The same thing I got. A whole lot of attention. With a sultry lilt, she added, and maybe I figured it was time vampirism had a face as charming as the one Kitty's given to lycanthropy. I blushed. A compliment like that could keep me glowing for weeks. That's all we have time for tonight. Thanks to everyone who called with such thoughtful questions, and a huge thank you to you, Mercedes. You're very welcome, Kitty. Best of luck with this new chapter in your career. Until next week, I'm Kitty Norville, your voice in the night. After the show, Mercedes signed a CD for the intern and shook hands with Matt. I walked her down to the lobby myself. I didn't want the evening to end. I wasn't a performer like her, but I knew that post-show high, the adrenaline buzz you try to walk off afterward. I felt like jogging around the block. Instead, I gushed. Thank you so much. I think that might have been one of my best interviews ever. Mine too, she said. Hard to believe it's done. Cat's out of the bag. I honestly don't know what to do with myself now. I totally get that. She gave me that dazzling smile. I'll be in Denver a few more days. Come have a drink with me tomorrow night at the Brown Palace. Bring your charming man. You mean a drink at the bar? Just want to be sure. We are talking about regular drinks, right? Always best to clarify when vampires are involved. She laughed. Just a figure of speech. I meant the usual kind of drinking. The Brown Palace, the fanciest spot in Denver. I wasn't going to pass up that kind of invitation. Plus, I still had questions. Like how old she really was. Sounds great. We'll be there. Wonderful. Ask at the desk. They'll send you up to my suite. I'll let them know you're coming. Awesome. Thanks. Outside, the night was quiet and cold. Mercedes paused, inhaled deeply, and smiled like she was soaking in the moment. This was her world. Broadway had been a perfect cover for her. I imagined her slipping out of a stage door, taking in the night air like this. Less for the oxygen, more for the mood. Her limo pulled up. I doubted one had ever driven down this street before. The sight of it felt dreamlike. The chauffeur opened the door, and she waved as she stepped inside. Still basking in the success of the night, I watched her ride away. underscore 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 underscore. The next day, Ben drove down to Cannon City to check on Cormac. He said he'd be back in time for drinks. Maybe he really was getting the hang of this whole relationship thing. I called Hardin. Now that the truth was out, I could finally explain. Yes, vampires do show up on film. Mercedes had thousands of promotional photos and several video recordings of her performances. And she'd definitely seen her reflection in her dressing room mirror. Hardin didn't take it well. She'd been hoping to pin something big on one of the undead. I dream of the day, she said, when I can see someone get sentenced to 150 years and actually serve every minute. I had to admire her passion. Terrifying but impressive. After that, my phone didn't stop ringing. Reporters from everywhere wanted to talk about last night's show, how I found out, what I thought the reveal would mean for Mercedes' career. With Mercedes staying quiet for now, I was the next best thing. I didn't mind. I even managed to sneak in a few mentions of my upcoming book. Free publicity was gold. Then I headed over to Cheryl's for lunch with her and Mom. She called it Girls' Day in. I was late, she'd moved while I was away, and I took a few wrong turns. The new house was in Highlands Ranch. Pretty upscale by my standards. The house was a bit too pastel for my taste, but I'd spent most of my adult life in studio apartments, so what did I know? The trees were new and still staked upright with wires. Cheryl greeted me with a smile, holding Jeffy on her hip. The golden retriever barked like crazy in the backyard. He could sense what I was and didn't like it. Sorry, I'm still getting ready. Come on into the kitchen, she said, leading me through a spacious living room. Mom's not here yet? She winced slightly, smile faltering. I told her to come an hour later. I thought we should talk first. About her. The gut punch hit, reminding me Mom might really be sick. And also, oh no, it's starting. The late-night conversations about what to do with aging parents. We used to joke about this. I didn't think I'd have to face it for another 20 or 30 years. I said, "You don't think she's going to figure something's up when she sees I got here early?" Cheryl set Jeffy in a playpen and sighed. Her hair came loose from its ponytail. She suddenly looked older, exhausted. But of course she was. She was a mom. I know, she said. I just thought it might be better if we could plan. You mean scheme behind Mom's back? Okay, yeah. It was dumb. Sorry. I leaned against the counter, smiling despite myself. Funny, when we were kids, I always figured I'd be the one with the house and kids, and you'd be the wild one, maybe in a rock band. Look at us now. Cheryl had flirted with punk back in high school, combat boots, army jackets, and more safety pins than I could count. I'd idolized her. She grew out of it halfway through college, got a degree in computer science, met Mark, and went full suburban mom. Still, now and then, I'd catch her wearing a Ramones shirt, like a secret message. I wasn't always like this. Today, her shirt was just plain faded blue. Same with the jeans. Meeting the right guy really changes things, she said. I guess so. This Ben guy, is he the one? I wished I knew. I shrugged. Hard to say.
She grinned.
You've still got time. Maybe you'll end up with that house in the suburbs and 2.5 kids after all. My expression froze into a polite smile. I didn't want to tell her. I wasn't ready to tell her about the kids thing. We had more important things to talk about. So, what about Mom? I said. What are we going to do? It's not really up to us, is it? She's a big girl. Cheryl started pacing. I know, but she's going to need help. We're going to have to help her. If she has to have more surgery and chemotherapy, we're going to have to look after her, aren't we? I think you're jumping the gun here. Why don't we wait until we know how serious it is before we start freaking out? So, we can make important decisions while we're freaking out? Bridges, Cheryl. We'll cross them when we get to them. We have to be ready for the worst. We have to be ready to help. We will be, I said. We totally will be, whatever it takes. Then you're staying? That means you'll be around. You won't go zipping off across the country at the drop of a hat without telling anyone. She didn't ask this casually. She leaned in, glaring with a kind of desperation, almost but not quite jabbing her finger at me. This wasn't about Mom at all, I realized. Cheryl, what are you asking? You want to make sure that if Mom needs help it won't all be you? Is that it? We stayed like that, staring at each other. It was almost wolfish. The door opened and Mom's voice called, "Hello, Cheryl?
Kitty?
Is that your car out there?" How could she sound so damned cheerful? She ought to be mentally curled up and quivering like the rest of us. All smiles, Cheryl went out to meet her, our conversation forgotten.
Hi, Mom.
We're in here. Jeffy was on his feet, leaning on the rail of the playpen, talking at me, but I couldn't understand a word he was saying. I regarded him a moment and said, "She's still crazy after all these years, isn't she?" Nikki had stopped Mom, Grandma, in the living room, and the two of them were gushing at each other about toys when Cheryl and I arrived. Now the whole house was filled with hugs and greetings. It was all very girly and domestic. Mom seemed to have recovered from the surgery. And why wouldn't she? Perfectly routine, everyone kept saying, as if the words perfect and surgery belonged in the same sentence. She was sore, though she tried to hide it. She managed to hug us without using her right arm. If she was nervous about waiting for the results, she hid that as well. Cheryl had sandwiches waiting in the kitchen, and we settled down to eat. Nikki peeled the crusts off hers. Mom helped her. The whole time, Mom talked about nothing in particular, filling the silence so the unspoken worry couldn't be mentioned. Cheryl kept glancing at me, her expression prompting me, like she wanted me to say something. Wanted me to ask Mom if she needed help. But I wasn't going to bring up anything. She was the oldest, that was her job. I didn't care if I was the self-help guru in the family. When she got the test results, Mom wouldn't even have to tell us. I didn't know why Cheryl was so worried about helping her. The more I thought about it, the more I thought Mom wouldn't want our help. She'd get through as much of this as she could all by herself. That was what I'd have done. At least, I'd have tried. For this afternoon, at least, I pretended that nothing was wrong and enjoyed the day with my mom and sister. The last time we'd done a girls' day like this, Nikki had been a squirming baby. I was the one who broke up the party, since I had to get home and get ready for this evening. I said goodbye to the kids. Nikki seemed to remember me from the hospital and hugged Cheryl while trying to transmit don't worry vibes. I couldn't tell if it worked. Then Mom and I hugged, careful of her right side. "You let me know if you need anything, right? If there's anything I can do to help." She pulled back and gave me a wry look. "You never let me help you. Why should I be any different?" Called that one, didn't I? Because, I don't know. I just wanted you to know you could call me. I know. Thank you, dear. Smiling, she kissed my cheek, and that was that.
Chapter 5.
The Brown Palace Hotel was a downtown icon. Built during the gold rush days when Denver was filled with nouveau riche who wanted a taste of high society, it was a landmark and a status symbol. Presidents stayed here. Really posh. I'd have expected nothing less from Mercedes. The clerk at the front desk directed me to Mercedes' suite. I dragged Ben to the elevator. He'd been waiting in the lobby, hands shoved in his trouser pockets, gazing around at the artwork, fireplaces, stained glass, and foliage. He wore a jacket but no tie, edging more toward scruff than polish, but he still looked great. For my part, I wore a skirt, dress shirt, and heels. Felt pretty good, even though it wouldn't measure up to whatever Mercedes was wearing. "You're sure about this?" he said as we went down the hallway. He'd been muttering about walking into the spider's parlor. Why wouldn't I be? I don't trust vampires. And how many vampires do you actually know that you didn't stake? I haven't staked that many vampires. I stopped and stared at him. I'd been joking. I'd known he'd sometimes helped Cormac on vampire hunting jobs before Cormac went to jail. But we'd never talked about it. "How many have you staked?" After a pause, he said, "2. That's it." "That's enough, don't you think?" "And I helped with 4 of Cormac's." "Exactly how many has Cormac staked?" He just smiled. "Those guys drove me crazy." I huffed and stalked on ahead. He'd caught up by the time I knocked on the door to the suite. From within, Mercedes called, It's unlocked. Come in. I opened the door and stepped into a spacious sitting room, furnished with big, velvety armchairs and chaises, grouped around a fireplace and mahogany coffee table. Rich carpets and crystal lamps gave the place a warm, opulent atmosphere. Directly across the room, Rick stood up from a brocade-upholstered chair. He was suave and polished as ever, but held himself tautly, like he was nervous. His hands clenched at his sides, but his face was neutral. Shit. I glared at him, frozen. That's quite a greeting. I assume you two know each other? Reclined on an antique sofa, Mercedes regarded me calmly. I should have known, I should have expected. She couldn't be here without drawing the attention of the local vampires. I was so focused on her I forgot about the big picture. I even forgot about looking after my own ass. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath to try to collect myself. Then I studied Mercedes Cook. She wore a smoke-colored, slinky dress made of a lacy fabric that seemed modern and antique at the same time. Yeah, was all I could manage. My secrecy was well and truly blown, it looked like. I wondered who else knew I was back in Denver? Rick recovered from what I took to be shock. Clearly he'd been as surprised to see me as I was to see him. Which meant that for some reason Mercedes hadn't told him I was coming. But what was he doing here? Regaining his usual calm, he returned to his seat. Back in Denver, I see. Flat statement. I could argue, make excuses, play dumb. Or play it straight. Really, this was none of his damn business. Looks like it, I said, smiling as amiably as I could manage. Interesting, was all he said. No why or how or when. How long have you two known each other? I asked. They exchanged one of those glances that suggested a long association, the suppressed smiles and questioning looks in the eyes. Trying to decide how much to tell, whether to tell anything at all. Mercedes took the initiative. Oh, we've known each other quite some time, haven't we? Come on, you're vampires, I said. What does that mean? A decade, or a century, or 3? You and Rick are friends, Mercedes said. Do you know how old he is? I studied Rick, who remained impassive. Were we friends? I wasn't sure I'd go that far. I knew him without knowing anything about him. I felt like I'd stumbled into some kind of game or long-running joke. 250, I said, meaning 250 years. Mercedes glanced at him, her smile widening. Oh, my, we are keeping secrets here, aren't we? I blinked. How old is he? How far off am I? I told you, Kitty, it's not polite to talk about age. She smoothed out her already perfect skirt and changed the subject. At some point, I suppose I'll pay my respects to Arturo. Are you friends with him as well? I frowned. I know him. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell him I'm back in Denver. Sounds like there's a story behind that, she said. No assurances that she'd keep my secret. I had to reassess my impression of her completely. I'd taken her at face value. She came across as a young, vibrant, successful performer. That was a persona, the one she wanted me to see, and, to be fair, that was exactly what she was. An actress. And I'd fallen for it. Underneath was something else, manipulative and dark. Vampire. Ben was right, again. He stood close to me, our arms touching. It's really not that interesting. If I'm interrupting, I can leave. Oh, no, please, Mercedes said, looking genuinely put out. But I didn't trust the expression. I didn't trust her anymore, and she knew it. I could see it in her glittering eyes. She'd played me, and been happy to do so. I should have walked out of there right then. Come and sit with us. Rick was telling me about the situation here, among our kinds. I'd like to hear your opinion as well. She gestured at chairs near Rick. I looked at Ben. He said, "It's your call." They were vampires, but I didn't think they were going to hurt us. Not here, anyway. We went to sit, while I tried to calm my racing nerves. The coffee table held a bottle of wine already uncorked, and 4 glasses poured and waiting. I chose one and took a sip. By then I needed a drink. For glasses. But vampires didn't drink wine. A knock sounded on the door. That should be my other guests. Mercedes leaned back and donned a smile. Other guests. I looked at Rick, to see his reaction. He frowned and straightened to the edge of his seat. He hadn't expected anyone else either. I set my glass of wine on the table and braced. The handle turned. The door opened inward, as if in slow motion. I could smell them before I saw them. I could hear them breathe, and I recognized the beats of their hearts. All my senses were pushed to their limits, waiting. I knew it all, I knew everything. I knew before the door opened all the way and they walked into the room. Carl and Meg, arm in arm, looking sullen. I stood and stumbled back, knocking over my chair. My body felt like fog, drifting, melting away. I wasn't here. I couldn't be here. I couldn't move. Every pore burned. I wanted to vomit, but was too shocked. Carl saw me and turned animal. He didn't shift, but his wolf came to the fore.
It was amazing to watch.
Our gazes met, and he lunged. His back bowed, his arms bent, his fingers locked into claw shapes, all in preparation of charging me. His lips rippled back in a snarl as he bared his teeth. A growl but deep in his throat. The sound pinged a memory in my hind brain, turning my limbs to ash. Arturo, who'd entered behind the couple, caught Carl as he took his first step toward me. The alpha werewolf lunged, and Arturo, svelte, Blaskrodkere Arturo, Denver's master vampire, dropped him where he stood by grabbing his arm, putting a hand on his neck and squeezing. Carl arched his neck, gasped a breath, and stepped back, arresting his lunge. Arturo didn't even appear strained. Margaret, you too? Stop. Arturo's voice lashed, and Meg, Carl's mate, cowered, lurking on Carl's other side, kneading his arm like she might pull it off. Arturo glared at us. Only 10 feet separated us. I didn't remember moving, but Rick stood on one side of me, Ben on the other, and both had death grips on my arms, holding me back while I struggled against them. My throat was sore from growling. Without being conscious of it, I'd matched Carl's lunge. I'd been ready to meet him head-on and fight, right here in the elegant suite. Rick slipped in front of me, blocking my view. Calm, Kitty. Stay calm, he whispered. Fight him, get out of here, fight, run, escape. Wolf swam at the front of my mind, pure instinct driving me. I shut my eyes tight and gasped a breath that sounded like a sob. Took another, steadier breath, and stamped on the wolf, tamped her down tight. Deep breath, keep it together. Focused on Ben's touch on my arm, his warm, safe scent in my nose. Carl struggled briefly against Arturo's grip, and I wanted to scream. Mercedes said in her sugary, stage diva voice. That's why you left Denver.
Bitch.
You knew. You set this up. My voice still growled. She shrugged just a bit. I wanted to see for myself. Let me go. Please let Ben and me go, I said softly, well aware that Carl and Meg stood between us and the door, that we'd have to get past them to escape. Mercedes didn't speak, and the tableau didn't change. We stood like statues, waiting for someone to cough.
For someone to break.
You're playing games, I said, my panic rising. Oh, no, this isn't a game, this is politics.
Rough politics, she said.
Arturo, bless his undead heart, sounded as irate as I felt. Mercedes, she's right. You're playing games, and keeping leashes on a pack of werewolves is not how I'd planned on spending my evening. Meg, the alpha female, nemesis, rival, chief bitch of my nightmares, had crept around her mate. Carefully, she stood in front of Carl and held herself straight. She didn't attack, didn't make the least sign of aggression.
She just studied me.
Me and Ben both. Ben's shoulders tensed, like hackles rising. Meg had long, straight black hair, deeply tan skin, unidentifiably ethnic features. She had a wild and exotic look about her and a slim and powerful build. She was dressed for an evening downtown, a rust-colored blouse, dark slacks, high-heeled sandals, jewelry. I'd been used to seeing her in the outdoors, in a t-shirt and jeans. Carl, wearing shirt and slacks, hadn't changed much. He was tall, 6'5" or so, and broad to match, all muscles and quivering temper. You didn't challenge Carl.
You just didn't.
Unless you were my best friend TJ had challenged, and Carl had killed him for it. For the moment, Meg had taken up her old role of instigator. She'd poke and prod until I lashed out, then let Carl take me down. Now Ben, the newcomer, the unknown in the room from her perspective, occupied her attention. She took a long moment to stare at him. I willed Ben to stay calm, to stay quiet. I didn't want him reacting, either aggressively or submissively. I didn't want him to give her any points by admitting, however inadvertently, that she was stronger. When Meg spoke to me, it was like glass shattering. You really did it. You went and made yourself a mate so you could come back here and take over. Gah, same old Meg. Some things never changed, and my next few breaths were calmer.
No, Meg.
That's what you would have done. Carl's voice was low and deadly. I warned you not to come back. I said I'd kill you. I tried to reason with him. Maybe he'd listen. Maybe he could be rational. I'm not here to start anything. I swear, Carl. My mom's sick. I had no choice. I just need to stay until she gets better. Without meaning to, I reverted to the old behavior, submissive, pleading, head down, shoulders hunched. I'd worked hard to leave that behind. TJ had died, so I wouldn't have to live like that anymore. I forced myself upright, pushed past the fear, squared my shoulders. I stood tall.
Steady.
I met Carl's eyes, not challenging, but not backing down either. I had to believe I was stronger now. Carl's gaze flicked to Ben. Then who's that? Ben was close behind me. I could feel his warmth. He hadn't flinched at Carl's aggression. There was a trace of tension in him, sure, but his stance was firm, his gaze unwavering. I was grateful he was with me. He's a friend. He's only here because of me. Leave him out of this. Carl clearly didn't like him. He didn't like having a confident man in the room who didn't answer to him. Ben's calm presence was enough to provoke him, and Ben didn't stop at just standing there. So, you're Carl, Ben said coolly, taking a few steps forward and giving him a once-over.
Huh.
Thought you'd be taller. Internally, I groaned. Typical Ben. But I couldn't deny it was perfect. Carl exploded, snarling and lunging, claws out. I tensed, ready to duck and run. But Ben didn't even flinch. He must have known what was coming. Arturo caught Carl mid-attack. With a swift move, he twisted Carl's arm, turning his momentum against him and dropping him to his knees. Carl thrashed, breath ragged, eyes wild. But Arturo only had to press his hand on Carl's shoulder, a slight gesture, and it was over. I had no idea where his strength came from. He barely seemed to move. Let it go, Arturo said calmly. They're a threat. They haven't challenged you. Let it go, Carl. Carl stayed there, panting, then shrugged Arturo off. Mercedes chimed in, amused. This is all so intriguing. She gestured grandly. Please sit. I've already poured the wine. To let it breathe. I had retreated toward the wall, clutching Ben's sleeve. Rick positioned himself between us and the others. I'll stay right here, thanks, I said under my breath. Carl made a move toward us, but Arturo stepped in again.
No.
You two stay put. I'm not letting you mutts ruin the carpet. He remained composed, unshakably elegant. He looked no older than late 20s, with golden hair tied back and a noble bearing, but centuries of power sat behind his eyes. He and Rick exchanged a look I couldn't decipher. They were close in age, in vampire terms, peers, really. Arturo ruled Denver, but Rick operated with a degree of independence. Was there tension there? For now, they seemed united in keeping the wolves under control. Mercedes reclined, pleased with herself. Maybe things here aren't as unstable as I'd been told. You boys seem quite capable. Arturo's tone turned sharp. You can thank yourself for stirring the pot. What's your real reason for being here, Mercedes? Just here to poke the anthill? Isn't that reason enough? More than enough. His smile was tight. How long are you staying? Oh, a few more days. A week, maybe 2. She examined her nails with theatrical indifference. Technically, Arturo could order her out. He had the authority. So why hadn't he? What hold did she have? Don't look so annoyed, she said. I'm only here out of curiosity. I heard whispers and came to see for myself. Arturo studied her. Who sent you, Mercedes? Who are you working for now? The question sent a chill down my spine. Everyone turned to her. She didn't blink. I'm starting rehearsals soon for Anything Goes. So, I suppose I work for the production company. Arturo rolled his eyes and turned away. If you swear to me everything's fine, she said, if you tell me this supposed unrest in your family is nonsense, I'll smile and believe you. I know the wolves have issues, that's nothing new. But you, Arturo, can you look me in the eye and tell me you're the undisputed master here? Arturo looked to Rick. His stare was withering. Rick didn't flinch. I'm the master, Arturo said, to Rick, not to Mercedes. She noticed. This wasn't going to end well. I raised my hand. Since we're clearly not welcome, can we go? Mercedes spoke sweetly. You and your mate carry yourselves like alphas. You know two alpha pairs can't share a territory. I smirked. I've seen it work. I've seen dozens of lycanthropes share space without bloodshed. If everyone agrees, it's possible. Carl, I don't want your territory. Just leave us alone. I've always been straight with you. His lip curled. Just being here undermines me.
No.
Your incompetence does that. I bit my tongue. What I said was only slightly better. Could you try acting like a rational person for once? Carl growled, right on cue. Rick shot me a warning glance. You're baiting him.
Yeah.
Sorry. I muttered. Mercedes sighed. Dramatically, of course. Clearly, we won't get anywhere like this.
Kitty, you're right.
You should go. Thank you for coming, especially under such engineered circumstances. She turned to the three by the door. Let them leave. She had no authority, yet everyone listened. Rick, would you escort Kitty and Ben? Thank you. Arturo herded Carl and Meg away, while Rick cleared a path. Like wrangling wolves. I paused at the door. Mercedes sat like royalty, utterly different from the woman I'd met days ago. Carl looked like he wanted to rip me apart. Meg cowered behind him, not satisfying at all. Thanks for the wine, I said, full of sarcasm, then left. Rick followed, shutting the door behind us. The sound was a relief. I leaned against the wall and exhaled. Ben stood nearby, calm as ever. I wanted to collapse into his arms but held myself back. I hate him, I muttered, wiping my eyes. I hate him so damn much. Let's go, Rick said. Distance is your friend. As the elevator descended, I turned to him. So, when I asked about another master and you said not exactly, you met her, didn't you? His grimace was answer enough. Did you know what she planned? Not exactly, he admitted, voice tight. He was worried. That made me nervous. I just wanted information. Maybe see where she stands. The conversation never got that far. Who is she really? She's always been known as a vampire. She's acted as a messenger for decades. As a performer, she travels freely with immunity. She's part of every family and none. It keeps the peace, sometimes. Sometimes it starts wars. If I had any sense, I'd leave town like I always have. Then why stay? Because it's time to stand my ground. I like it here. I like the people.
He met my eyes.
Seems like as good a time as any. We reached the lobby, pausing near the doors. What does sooner or later mean to a vampire? He answered quietly. It means there is no future. Only the present. What you can protect right now. Sooner or later is always now. Protect us? From what exactly? Predators, he replied. She's evaluating us. Gathering intel. She'll take what she learns back to the families. Things aren't like they were a century ago when Arturo claimed Denver. There are no unclaimed cities left. If a vampire wants to become a master now, they've got to seize control, by power or by scheming. If rumors spread that Denver is vulnerable, others will come. Circling vultures. If I were feeling paranoid, I'd say Mercedes was sent here to destabilize things. To push us closer to collapse. How long has she been playing this game? Do you even know how old she is? No clue. Probably centuries. I should get back. He turned toward the elevators. Ben took my arm, gently steering me out the front doors of the hotel. Well, That was a blast, he said, too cheerfully. Now do you see what we're up against? I quickened my pace, putting distance between us and the building. We'd parked a couple blocks away. I suddenly couldn't get there fast enough.
Sure.
That room was full of people barely holding it together. I let out a humorless chuckle, then nearly gagged from the wave of nausea that followed. The crash from all that adrenaline.
Yeah.
Did you have to poke the bear like that? He's a bully. Bullies are great. They come with big, obvious buttons just begging to be pushed. Classic Ben. Classic lawyer. Didn't he get to you even a little? Didn't he set off your inner wolf? Make you want to drop and submit or claw your way out of your own skin? Yeah, a little. But you were there. That made it bearable. I always feel okay when you're with me. I wanted to hug him right then, but the weight of what that meant nearly crushed me. I didn't want to be a leader. Not even in a two-person pack. That's sweet. But most of the time I feel like I'm barely keeping it together. Still, you haven't actually fallen apart. His smile was tight, nervous, humor covering fear. You're impossible, I said, clinging to his arm like a lifeline. But the tension didn't ease. Oh God.
I'm screwed. I am so scared.
I shivered, whether from the cold hitting my sweat-damp skin or the leftover terror twisting in my gut. I couldn't tell. I sped up, as if I could outpace my own panic. Ben didn't fall behind. He stayed next to me, attentive, watching. I've never seen you like this. It's kind of scaring me. I stopped and bent double, arms wrapped around my stomach.
Run.
We should run. Get out of this place. Out of his reach. Far away. Kitty. Ben's hand pressed gently against my back.
Steadying.
Stay with me. Anyone walking past probably thought it was no big deal. Some girl had one too many drinks, and her boyfriend was helping her home. But my wolf was at the surface, wild and raw, and I was struggling to keep her contained. Carl had pulled her out, and now she wouldn't go quietly. Kitty. I latched onto Ben's voice. The feel of his hand, real, warm, human, grounded me. I focused on it. Focused on staying upright. Straight spine. 2 legs. Not on all 4s. Ben slipped off his jacket and draped it around my shoulders. I hugged it close, pulling in his scent, his warmth. His arms stayed firmly around me as we walked, bodies in sync. A pack of 2, tight-knit. If he catches you alone, he'll kill you, won't he? Ben asked quietly. I think he would. We walked another block in silence before he said, Good to know. Just wanted to be clear on where we stand. That finally made me laugh. Chapter 6. I felt betrayed, though I couldn't quite pin down by whom. Not Rick. He looked just as blindsided by the night as the rest of us. Then again, he must have told Mercedes something about me. Shared bits of my past that could put me at risk. I wanted to blame Arturo, but odds were he'd kept me from getting torn apart back there. As for Carl and Meg, I'd felt betrayed by them long ago. Mercedes cook. Now there was a piece of work. She was orchestrating something. The whole situation had been staged, like a game, and we were all her pieces. But in the end, I had no one to blame but myself. I walked right into it. Kitty, come here a sec? Ben called from the kitchen, leaning over the counter into the living room. I left my laptop and crossed the room, taking the seat he pointed at. We just looked at each other for a moment. Long enough for the tension to settle between us. What now? What had I done? Before I could ask, he placed a gun on the counter. It landed with a cold, hard thud. Matte black. Quietly menacing. I stared at it. Guns were Cormac's territory. Seeing one here, without him, felt wrong. What's this? My voice came out smaller than I expected. 9mm Glock semi-auto. Cops love it. Compact. Light. A bit of a kick, but manageable. Still hits hard. A heavy sense of dread settled on me. He went on. We can't beat Carl and Meg in a straight fight. We need an edge. No way. Ben, I've never even touched a gun. That's why I'm taking you to the range. Time for practice.
No.
No, it's wrong. We're supposed to fight with claws and teeth. Natural law. Nature's law. He raised an eyebrow. You think they're playing fair? They hadn't played fair. TJ had honored the rules, and Carl killed him anyway. I just didn't want to become someone who pulled a trigger. Do it for me, Ben said. I'll sleep better knowing you can drop that bastard if he comes for you. I couldn't believe this was real. Finally, I asked, is that one of Cormac's? For a second, it felt like the hunter was in the room with us. Ben shook his head. You think he's the only one with a concealed carry permit? He gave a sly grin.
Well,
you learn something new every day, even about your boyfriend. Underscore 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 underscore. The shooting range was in a low-slung concrete building just outside town. From the road, it looked like any other business, plain, discreet signage. Guns. Ammo.
range.
Open 7 days. Inside, it smelled like Cormac, gun oil, metal, burnt powder. Or maybe Cormac smelled like this place. Either way, the association stuck. Ben picked up bullets, protective headsets, and safety glasses from the guy behind the counter. The glass case below was packed with guns, all of them cold and mean-looking. From the back room came the sound of gunfire. 2 shooters, maybe. One of them had a faster rhythm. Ben placed a hand on my back and guided me toward the metal doors. The firing range looked like it came straight from a crime drama. A row of booths, targets suspended at the far end. The 2 occupied stalls didn't pay us any attention. Ben got straight to the point. Most accidental shootings with semi-autos happen because of this, he said. He ejected the magazine with a click, then racked the slide and let a round fall into his palm. Popping the clip doesn't mean the gun's empty. He reset the gun, dry-fired to show it was safe. Rule 1. Never point a gun at anything unless you intend to destroy it. Person, target, doesn't matter. He reloaded, mag in, slide pulled, live round chambered. The gun looked suddenly dangerous again. Rule 2. If you're going to shoot, make sure it's loaded. You sound like Cormac, I said.
He smirked.
Don't I, though? Who taught you this stuff? You sound like you grew up doing it. My dad. Your scary survivalist dad who's in prison? The one and only. He handed me the safety gear.
Here.
Put these on. I hesitated. How the hell did I end up here? I was just a suburban girl. But I put on the glasses and headset. Ben guided my hands, showing me how to grip the gun properly. Right hand on the handle, left hand steadying from below. He stood behind me, his arms over mine, close enough to feel his breath. Okay, this part was unexpectedly sexy. Don't lock your elbows. Loosen up. Breathe out and gently squeeze. The gun fired with a thunderous crack. It jerked in my hand. My whole arm buzzed from the impact, heart pounding like I'd sprinted a mile. Nice. I think you actually hit something. He pointed to a tiny tear near the target's edge. I wasn't even aiming. I noticed. He handed me another mag. Try again. This time, he didn't help me. I lined up the sights and fired. Still made me jump, but I was ready for it. Another hit. Not in the black, but on the page. Again. I fired. And again. And again. For clips, 15 rounds each. The floor littered with brass casings. I got used to the jolt, the noise, the rhythm. That was the whole idea. By the end, every round hit the black. I stared at the paper, reluctant admiration creeping in. Now eject the mag, check the chamber, Ben said. I followed his instructions like a soldier in training. Feeling better? He asked.
No.
Can we go now? Underscore 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 underscore. On the drive home, I asked, "You're not seriously going to make me carry a gun everywhere, are you?"
Not yet.
Gotta get you a permit first.
Perfect.
Just perfect. Underscore 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 underscore. I spent the next week putting out fires from Friday's show. America's first vampire celebrity was proving more PR nightmare than novelty. I felt burned, manipulated. This wasn't a charming guest star. This was someone playing a much bigger game. Still, the calls were pouring in. Everyone wanted to be the second vampire star. I smelled a reality show deal forming. I didn't have the permit yet, or the gun. So when it happened, I wasn't ready. Underscore 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 underscore. If you want to stay hidden, you need to change your routine. Leave work at different times. Use a P.O. box. Keep your number unlisted. But everyone knew where I worked. And they were waiting. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Hi, honey. Love the show. I smelled her before I saw her. Cold, lifeless, unmistakably vampire. She stood just outside the door, arms crossed, leaning casually against the wall. Thick brown hair tied in a messy ponytail. Pale skin, red lips, black lace camisole, leather pants. Heels. Sunglasses at night. Not one of our churros. Too much cliché, not enough subtlety. Who the hell are you? I asked, low and tense. She's with me. A man's voice. He appeared behind me, leaning on the opposite wall. Pale, spiked black hair, sunglasses. Leather jacket. That same predator's grin.
Shit.
I moved forward like I could pretend they weren't there. A second later, they flanked me, each gripping one of my arms. I sighed. What do you want? They smiled wider.
We just want to talk, the man said. I'm listening.
Not here, he replied. Of course not. Flanking me on either side, their grips unyielding, they guided me toward a black SUV parked just around the corner. Oddly enough, instead of panicking, I was overwhelmed by a strange sense of resignation, like I'd finally hit the limit of what I could mentally process. I didn't have the energy left to feel scared. Maybe they weren't going to kill me. Maybe they were just die-hard fans wanting me to speak at a meeting. Or maybe they planned to stuff me in a shipping crate and sell me overseas. Whatever their plan, I couldn't even picture how much worse it might get. My imagination had run dry. I made a half-hearted attempt to escape, planted my feet, threw my weight backward, and was genuinely surprised when I slipped from their hold. Blinking in disbelief, I locked eyes with them for one suspended second. Then instinct kicked in, the wolf took over, and I bolted, launching myself into a sprint down the sidewalk. Somehow, they were on me again in an instant, without a sound or warning. One breath I was running, the next I was yanked back like a hooked fish. They pulled me toward the SUV. I managed to find my footing, at least enough to avoid being dragged. Cute, the woman said. Really cute, but I can't blame you for trying. Thanks, I muttered. She circled around to the passenger seat. The guy shoved me through the driver's side, and they both slid in, sandwiching me between them. Relax, she said with a grin. This'll be fun. Yeah, sure it would. They looked like they were in their 20s, practically kids by vampire standards, and they were clearly enjoying this way too much. They didn't bother with a blindfold. Either they didn't care if I saw where we were going, or it just didn't matter. Maybe they really just wanted to talk. Or maybe they figured if they killed me, my knowing the location wouldn't make a difference. I tried to act unfazed. Let me guess, you too were turned sometime in the 80s? She laughed and slung an arm around my shoulders, pulling me in too close. I shivered involuntarily. That's exactly what he said you'd say. Who? I asked. Who told you that? She just giggled again, and the guy smirked without answering. I slouched back in the seat and eyed him through the rearview mirror. But he wasn't there. I leaned forward and checked the side mirror. Still nothing, just empty shadows. But I knew the old mirror myth was just that, a myth. What are you looking at? The woman asked, watching me crane my neck. Trying not to sound too freaked out, I asked, do you guys show up in mirrors or not? She grabbed the rearview mirror and tilted it toward herself. Her reflection appeared perfectly clearly, teased hair and all. Then he grabbed it, angled it toward himself, and nothing. Just a vague shadow. He moved quickly, like it was nothing, and reset the mirror. So, what? Your reflection flickers on and off. My voice pitched higher than I liked. It's just tricks of the light, he said coolly. She kept smiling.
Perfect. What can vampires do?
I settled into a tense silence for the rest of the ride. After about 30 minutes, we pulled into an industrial part of town, just south of the freeway near Broadway. The SUV came to a stop behind a squat, windowless warehouse. Steel and concrete surrounded us, completely deserted at this hour. I could scream all I wanted. No one would hear. The woman yanked me out from her side. Her grip was like iron, and when the guy joined her, there was no slipping loose. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit with emergency lights casting shallow pools of glow around the edges. The rest was lost to shadow. Crates and boxes were stacked high, forming maze-like walls. Plastic-wrapped pallets sat waiting for shipment. A working warehouse doubling as whatever this place was now. The air was thick with scent, both vampire and lycanthrope. It was all so layered I couldn't tell how many beings were present, but I felt them in the dark, watching. I stayed close to the door, my muscles tensed for a chance to run. A low growl echoed in the space. Something moved, something animal. I smelled canine, but not wolf. It was something different, something in between. My shoulders hunched as I edged closer to the door. Then it stepped into the light, and I froze. Bigger than a Great Dane, it moved with eerie grace. Its frame was lean, sleek. Its patchy fur looked like someone had splattered paint all over it. White, red, yellow, black. It had a square, dog-like snout and enormous ears, twitching like radar dishes as it zeroed in on me. I couldn't look away. It took that as a threat, lowered its head, stiffened its tail, and growled again. Hush, Dak. Stay still. A voice spoke from the shadows. The beast's ears flattened, and its tail dropped. Someone was here. The leader. I knew that voice. Rick stepped into the light, brushing his hand gently behind the creature's ears. Rick, you bastard. What the hell is this all about? The creature started growling again, and I instinctively stepped back. Rick quieted it with a soft murmur. His authority was understated, but undeniable. As he stepped into the light, the rest of his entourage followed. They emerged just enough to make their presence, and their scrutiny, clear. 7 lycanthropes and 2 additional vampires, on top of the pair who'd ambushed me. One of the vampires was a woman. One of the lycanthropes was, too, but she wasn't a wolf. I couldn't identify what she was. The group was varied and intimidating. They looked dangerous, and not just because a few were openly carrying weapons.
Guns. Knives.
The kind of crowd you wouldn't want to run into in a back alley. I swallowed my fear. So, what is this? A threat? A recruitment pitch? Rick replied calmly, I wanted to remind you how exposed you are. You need me as much as I need you. I snorted. And how is pitting me against Carl and Meg supposed to make me feel safer? To his credit, he didn't try to answer that. I want to go home. And I want you to take me, not Sid and Nancy here. They're Charlie and Violet, Rick corrected. The 2 vampires were leaning against the wall. Violet really was chewing gum. Charlie offered a fongy grin and a casual wave. I pointed toward the unusual creature. And that? What is it? Lycanthropic African wild dog. His name's Dak. We go way back. The animal, no, person, I had to remind myself, didn't look any friendlier now that I knew his name. I kept a safe distance. Rick whispered something to him, and Dak padded off along the edge of the building, clearly standing guard. Motley crew doesn't even begin to cover it, I muttered. Rick then introduced me to the others. 9 names I'd never remember, like knowing them somehow gave me a stake in whatever this was. The female lycanthrope of unknown variety gave me a bright smile and said, "Love your show." "Thanks," I mumbled. I moved closer to Rick and said under my breath, "This isn't going to be enough to deal with Arturo." "No," Rick said. "It's going to take the support of the city's werewolves. Even if I thought I had a shot at Carl and Meg, even if I could take over the pack, I wouldn't do it just to throw my wolves into your war. And that's exactly why you should lead them. Carl wouldn't hesitate to do just that. You're turning this around on me, playing on my conscience. It won't work. For once, I'm choosing self-preservation. You'll have to do what you think is right. Oh no, you don't. You're not guilt-tripping me into this." "Wow." Violet piped up. "You were right, Rick. She is jumpy." "Kitty," Rick said, nodding toward the door. "Let's take a walk." Charlie looked concerned. "You sure it's safe?" "It'll be fine," Rick assured him. He held the door open, and I stepped out without hesitation. I was glad to be out of that place, away from the musty air and the eyes boring into me. A African wild dog? If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. I wondered what Dak was like in human form. Rick led us around the building, staying in the shadows, away from the streetlights. He didn't speak for a long time, and when he finally did, it was thoughtful. "They don't trust you. They think I'm making a mistake by bringing you in. I figured if they met you, they might change their minds. I've got my own problems, Rick. Too much at stake to fight someone else's battle. I thought you might want revenge." I shook my head. I've put too much distance between me and all that. Revenge doesn't appeal anymore. TJ would have stood by me without question. "Don't use him like that," I snapped, my voice rough. "He deserves better." Even though Rick wasn't wrong. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. We walked a few more steps in silence before I broke it. "Charlie and Violet. Where'd you find them?" He actually smiled, a touch of humor surfacing. Charlie was turned about 45 years ago by a West Coast vamp, power-hungry and borderline insane. I helped Charlie escape. He met Violet about 30 years ago, turned her himself. They've been together ever since, and yeah, they're kind of stuck in the 80s. They like causing trouble. It makes the families nervous. So, not really children of the 80s, just stuck there stylistically. He nodded. Charlie owed me a favor, so he showed up. The rest of them probably had stories like that. Debts, favors, shared pasts. Rick had earned their loyalty. But was it enough to take on Arturo? Is this it? Is more help coming? "I need more," he admitted. "I should have more if I'm going up against Arturo." "You're talking like it's going to be a war. Vampires and werewolves clashing in the streets of Denver? I can't let that happen. I'll go to the police. I've got a contact. This kind of thing has been happening for centuries under the radar. No one will notice." He wasn't wrong. Supernaturals died all the time and no one noticed. We'd always lived behind a veil. That's changing. Denver PD has a paranatural unit now. They'll notice if the bodies start piling up. Look at how the media spun those nightclub attacks. You can't pretend it's the old days. He gave me a sidelong look. "What's going on with you? You're tenser than usual. It's not just your mom, is it?" For a second, I almost told him. The words hovered on my tongue. I'd only told Ben. If I told Rick about the miscarriage, maybe he'd understand. Maybe he'd back off. Maybe I should have used it to win a little sympathy. "Rick, I can barely take care of myself right now. I can't help you." I meant it. I couldn't get dragged into this. He nodded slowly, thoughtful. "I have to move soon. Before Mercedes leaves town. She needs to see that a new master has taken charge. Spread the word that Denver is no longer open territory." "What's her deal anyway? How is it that she is both you and Arturo spooked?" He gave a bitter smile. A master vampire stays a master only if others acknowledge them. Arturo's desperate to maintain his hold, and she's powerful enough to make or break that. When she leaves town, word travels with her. So she's the vampire rumor mill? That seems simplistic. What happens if she decides to tip the scales? We may find out. Rick, I know you're trying to scare me, but I've already been scared. It's harder to rattle me now. I imagine so. Just remember, fear is useful. It keeps you alive. It's also a great way to manipulate people. Rick, I need to go. All right, he said, leading us back to his car. We didn't speak during the drive to Knob. When we arrived, he parked beside my car and let me go without protest. He didn't have to. Carl or Arturo would have kept me under lock and key just to flex their power. It struck me then Rick might actually be one of the good guys. Thanks, I said, stepping out of the car. Hold on a second, take this. Rick handed me a slip of paper. A phone number was scribbled on it. Yours? I asked and he nodded. In case I have a change of heart? Or, if you need help, he said simply. I couldn't tell if it was hope or pity that motivated the gesture. Either way, I slipped the number into my pocket. Rick, how old are you? He shook his head with a crooked smile. Not telling. One day you might give in, if I keep asking. I admire your tenacity, Kitty. I almost laughed. Nice to know someone does. Good luck, Rick. Something tells me I'll need it. I shut the passenger door and he drove off. I couldn't help wondering if I'd ever see him again. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day, my phone rang. I checked the caller ID, and my heart clenched. It was Dad. Hey, Dad. What's going on? He didn't hesitate. The test results are in. His voice was tired, heavy. I braced myself for the worst. It's positive. Malignant. She's meeting with the doctor this afternoon. Should I come by? Do you want me there? What can I do? There wasn't much to do, except worry. I'm going with her to the appointment. But if you could come by for dinner, I think it might help. I think she'd like that. Really? He sighed. This happens to people every day, but somehow it feels like we're the only ones going through it. Makes no sense, I know. It makes perfect sense. Want me to bring something? Chinese? Pizza? So nobody has to cook? Chinese sounds good. 6 o'clock? I'll be there. Thanks for calling, Dad. See you soon. I ended the call and burst into tears. Underscore 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 underscore. Ben was caught up with a new case and couldn't make it. Cheryl bailed too. Kid had a cold. Mark was working late, whatever. Lots of reasons, maybe even valid. Still, it made me wonder, which one of us was shirking her family duties now? I showed up at my parents' house armed with takeout and a forced smile. Mom took the bag from me as I blurted out. What did the doctor say? What's going on? I didn't even say hello. She looked like her usual composed self, nice blouse, slacks, just the right jewelry and makeup. But something was off. Let's eat first, she said, not even attempting a smile. Dad appeared from the kitchen and pulled me into a hug, unusual for him, especially without a word. His face was pale. None of us said much as we set the table, scooped out rice and stir-fry, and sat down. It was probably the most strained dinner of my life. Not that I really ate anything. How's work? Dad finally asked, leaning on the safest question he could find. I rambled on, doing my best to keep the silence at bay. The weekend had been insane, though I left out the vampires, werewolves, and gun training. I stuck to the upcoming book release and the Mercedes Cook Scoop. My mouth moved, but I barely touched my food. Neither did they. There'd be leftovers for days. Mom pushed her plate away first. Dad, and I followed without protest. Jim, can you handle the cleanup? Kitty and I need to talk. He kissed her cheek in that quiet, practiced way that said everything after 35 years of marriage, then started clearing plates. Mom took my hand and led me to the living room couch. So, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. How bad is it? It's worse than we thought. They didn't get all the cancer. It's invasive. What does that mean? How was she so calm? She shrugged, controlled and stoic. It means I'll need more surgery. They'll test the lymph nodes. If it's spread, I may need chemo in addition to radiation. It's more serious, but the prognosis is still good. Her smile was brittle. Optimism on autopilot. They want to move quickly. More surgery probably next week. That soon? Isn't there another option? I'm getting a second opinion. But the signs are there, the lump, the mammogram. Only a fool would pretend everything's fine. She looked up, her eyes glistening. The strange thing is, I'm not even worried about me. I'm thinking about you girls. About you and Cheryl. My Aunt Patty died from this. Now I've got it. What if one of you gets it? I'd be so upset. The word felt woefully inadequate. Mom. I grabbed her hand, held it in both of mine.
Don't worry about me.
I won't get it. I can't get it. I'm a werewolf. Werewolves don't get cancer. I went rigid. The thought hit me like a lightning bolt. A horrible, hopeful thought. I couldn't speak. My mind reeled. Mom didn't notice. She touched my cheek, then my shoulder. You know, sometimes I look at you, and I forget. I don't even believe it half the time. You're not a monster, no matter what Time magazine says. Her eyes sparkled with dry humor. I smiled back, made myself relax, acted as normal as I could manage. I didn't say I could bite you, Mom. I could save you. Chapter 7. A clock was ticking just behind my back. The noise of approaching doom was always right behind me, like Captain Hook's crocodile. I could never turn around fast enough to actually see it, but it was always there, and I knew that soon the alarm would go off. The ringing of it would break me. Mom's surgery, Rick's war, my career, my own rebellious body. Something was going to start ringing soon. Then it would blow up like a time bomb. I was exhausted, waiting for the explosion. So then I said to him, look, I don't care if it is a full moon tonight. I want to go to the Coldplay concert, and you're going to take me. You're just going to have to turn into a wolf some other night. And you know what he says to me? He says, this caller was why I didn't counsel people in person. If she'd been sitting here, I'd have throttled her. Let me guess. He says, baby, I don't have a choice. Well, yeah, except for the baby part. Let me ask you a question, Mia. What have you done for him lately? The pause lasted a beat. Then, what do you mean? I mean, have you ever done anything nice for your boyfriend? Mia gave an unattractive snort. Why should I? He's lucky to have me. Oh, honey, I used to beat up girls like you in grade school. Look, I'm as sympathetic about inattentive boyfriends as the next girl, but when he said he didn't have a choice about turning into a wolf, he meant it. He's supposed to be able to look to his girlfriend for support, right? 'Cause you know, this whole relationship thing works both ways, give and take and all that. And what do? Ask him to do the one thing he can't. Could you be any more insensitive? Wait, don't answer that. Of course you could. But I'm thinking he's the crazy one for putting up with your crap. You can't talk to me like, listen, you have so many problems with this boyfriend of yours. Here's my advice. Break up with him. You'd be doing him a favor. But I like dating a werewolf. It's cool. You can't have it both ways. I clicked off the line because really, that conversation couldn't go anywhere else. You like for so much by a poodle. Except I wouldn't wish you on a poodle even. Damn, I'm cranky tonight. Let's see. Where do we go from here? Stan, you're on the air. Thanks for taking my call. Can you answer a question for me? I'll give it a shot. I tried to learn everything about him from the sound of his voice. Male. Indeterminate age. He wasn't overly emotional, frustrated, depressed, sad, or angry. He was neutral, interested. His question could be about anything. A lot of people call into your show wanting to know about vampires and werewolves like they admire them, like they want to be them. But these are monsters we're talking about. They're not saints.
They're not something to aspire to.
Even if it is a disease, like you say, why would anyone want a disease like that? I don't understand. Can you explain what people see in the whole thing? His question sounded genuine. It didn't sound like a put-on. I was sort of in his camp at the moment. I don't know, Stan. Different people see different things in it, I think. Some see glamour or power. They feel helpless, and these identities are a way not to feel helpless. The thing is, people who aren't vampires and werewolves aren't looking at the reality of it. Often they only see the stories, the lore, the mystique. They're basing their feelings on what they think those lives must be like. They don't see the dark side. Or if they do, they paint it in glamorous colors as well. It's exciting, it's dangerous. It's an adventure. Maybe that's it. Maybe. He sounded skeptical. You have to remember, I never wanted to be a werewolf. I never thought twice about it until I landed in the middle of it. Frankly, I still fail to see the appeal. But I will admit there are people who do. Maybe it's a simple case of the grass always being greener on the other side of the fence. You mean if they have crummy lives, they think it might actually be better if they were a vampire? People are funny that way, aren't they? I'll tell you what. I'll throw this one out to the listeners. Give me a call. Tell me why you want to be a vampire or a werewolf. Educate me. I went straight down the line, taking one call after another. Men, women, young, old, vampires, werewolves, and everything in between. Some of them hated life, some of them loved it. It's the power. I want to have that kind of power. I heard that over and over again. I just don't feel like I fit in my skin. I don't think I was meant to be human. But I see wolves, and it feels like coming home. Does that sound strange? It sounds strange to me. I've never talked about it with anyone before. I want to live forever. I want to be immortal. I'm afraid of dying. It hurts. If I was something else, maybe it wouldn't hurt. At least not as much. I want to live. I want to kill. And finally, a man who claimed to be a werewolf said, "Here's the thing, Kitty. I never liked being human. What's so great about it? You wake up, grind away just to barely keep a roof over your head and food on the table. If you're lucky, you get a minivan and maybe a family trip to Disneyland. But once you step into this life, our life, all of that takes a back seat." He chuckled. None of it matters anymore. It's a simpler existence. You live by an entirely different set of rules. Blood, I said, and control. Magic, he replied. The ultimate form of escape. Exactly, he said, as if that were a virtue.
Right.
Thanks for calling. Through the booth glass, Matt tapped his wrist and mouthed, 30 seconds left in the show. I rubbed my temples, desperate for a break. I'm not sure this answers Stan's question, I said to the mic. Honestly, there's no universal answer. People who choose this path, or want to, each have their own reasons. But let me add my usual disclaimer. Forget everything romantic you've heard about vampires and werewolves. These are afflictions. They're not easy to live with. They change your life, and there's no going back if you regret it. This is Kitty Norville, signing off, the voice of the night. Cue outro. You hanging in there? Matt asked. Do I look that awful? You've looked better. I've felt better, I said with a weak smile. This was one of those moments where it felt like everything was piling on, and all I could do was keep climbing. Just survive it. I liked being human, warts and all. I'd take the struggle if it meant chocolate, cable TV, and having my own radio show. We finished closing up. I gathered my things and made for the station lobby, then stepped outside. Ever since the run-in with Charlie and Violet, I developed a habit of pausing in the doorway to sniff the air, scanning for anything off. If danger lurked, I wanted time to run or fight. Rick had done his job. He'd scared me into being cautious. I just wondered how long I'd have to live this way, tiptoeing through my own life. Tonight, when I stepped to the threshold, I stopped. Something wasn't right. The scent wasn't human. I caught the unmistakable musk of lycanthrope, one I didn't recognize. I didn't panic. It wasn't Carl. It wasn't Meg. It had traces of Carl, though someone connected to his pack. Maybe a flunky he sent after me? But I didn't sense any hostility. I didn't feel hunted. I moved carefully along the wall, following my nose. As I reached the corner, I said softly, "Who's there?" A scuffle. A figure tried to retreat. I turned the corner and found a young woman pressed against the wall. She was slight, probably 19 or 20, pale under the streetlights, wearing a faded t-shirt and jeans. "Hi," she said, avoiding my eyes. Her posture screamed submission, like a wolf curling its tail between its legs. I stood still and inhaled. She smelled of fear, sweat, and wolf. One of Carl's. But he couldn't have sent her. Not someone this fragile. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Becky told me to find you. Said I should talk to you." "Becky." I paused, trying to place the name. One of Carl's tougher pack members, someone I had never gotten close to. Then it hit me. Becky had called into the show weeks ago, asking advice for a submissive wolf who needed out. This girl must be her. I gave her a crooked smile. "You couldn't just call in like everyone else?" She looked down, shrinking away from the comment. She was skittish, about ready to bolt. This wasn't a good place to talk. We were too exposed. If Carl was watching her, if he found her here, I stepped back. "Want to come inside?"
Just to the lobby.
"I'll leave the door open." She hesitated, then nodded. She still wouldn't look directly at me. I turned and walked off, not looking back, but I could hear her steps behind me. The security guard at the front desk gave me a wave and glanced curiously at my guest. She hovered near the door, wary. I grabbed a couple of plastic chairs and motioned to her. "Everything's fine," I told the guard. "Just borrowing some chairs." I arranged them by the front entrance. If she needed to flee, she'd have an easy exit. I didn't want to box her in. She sat immediately when I pointed, so quick to obey, I bet Carl loved that about her. I eased into the other chair. "What's your name?" "Jenny." "And Becky sent you to talk to me." "Why?" "I shouldn't be here," she said. This was a mistake. Her eyes kept darting to the door, as if she expected Carl to walk through it at any moment. "Try to forget the werewolf stuff for a second. We're just two people talking. I can't help you if you're terrified of me." She exhaled slowly, closing her eyes. It helped. But the wolf in her was still very present, steering her reactions. "Becky thinks I should leave Carl. Leave town. She said you did it. That if I talked to you, maybe I could too." "It's not as hard as you think," I said. "But I don't want to," she whispered. Then the tears came, silent, steady. I passed her a tissue. "He looks after me. I owe him everything. He's part of me."
I don't know how to walk away from that.
"So, why are you crying?" I kept quiet and let her speak. "I know he's not perfect, but he doesn't mean to." She cut herself off, like she heard how it sounded. She was young and pretty. Carl had always treated women like possessions. I knew what happened to girls like her. I'd lived it. "You know the thing about being a werewolf?" I said. "The bruises don't last. They heal fast. So no one ever sees what's been done to you. Makes it easy to pretend nothing happened."
She looked up then.
Really looked. Human eyes, wide with surprise. She hadn't expected me to understand. "This is why Becky sent me to you," she said. I nodded. "Jenny, can I ask how it happened? How you were turned?" She hunched down, staring at the floor. Didn't say no, though. Eventually, she said, "I met him at a club a few months ago.
Carl.
He was charming. Paid attention to me. I took him home. I listened, unsettled. This didn't sound like the Carl I knew. Picking up strangers? And what about Meg? I had a feeling I knew the answer. Meg had lost major standing after challenging Carl and failing. He forgave her, but he'd never let her forget it. He could do whatever he wanted now, and she wouldn't dare object. That was Carl. That was the life Jenny had wandered into. We went out a few more times. Then he told me the truth. He told me what he was. At first, I didn't believe him. I mean, I knew werewolves existed. I'd seen you on TV, read the stories, but I never thought I'd actually meet one. I figured he was joking, trying to be edgy. Or maybe just crazy. But I played along, curious where it would go. I told him, "If you're really a werewolf, prove it." He didn't, not right away. He just kept talking about it a little more every time. He made it sound incredible, like it gave you strength, heightened senses, amazing sex. Like you were becoming something more, not less. And eventually, I said yes. I agreed. I really believed he loved me, that he wanted us to be together.
I didn't know about Meg.
Or the pack.
Not then.
After he turned me, he brought me to them. And Meg, she just laughed. Said he'd only wanted a new pup. My chest tightened. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling as I tried to calm down. Jenny was young, fragile, and fair, like I had been, back when I was dragged into this life, a clueless girl caught off guard by a predator. Carl hadn't turned me himself, but he'd claimed me afterward, kept me close. Everyone knew I was his. And when I left, he went out and found a replacement. I could kill him. I swear if I saw him now, I'd rip him apart myself. But at that moment, I had to stay calm. I had to pretend like I was still on the air, talking someone through a crisis on the phone. I wasn't used to seeing the pain right in front of me, but I forced myself to look at her. You probably already know what I'm going to say. You don't have to stay with him. Just because you're both werewolves doesn't make it okay. Abuse is still abuse. You don't have to fight him, just leave. But I'd face the same thing somewhere else, she whispered. That's what Carl says. That no matter where I go, there'll be others like us, and they'll kill me. He says he'll protect me. Carl doesn't know everything, I said. There are safe places. Packs that won't hurt you. Places without packs at all. I'll make calls. I'll help you get there. I can't. I don't have a car or a job. I don't even have money. Let me guess. Carl told you not to work. Said he'd take care of you. Just do what he says, and everything will be fine. She nodded slowly. I'd heard it before. He'd said the same thing to me. But I had my job, my show. I had something to hang on to. Jenny didn't. Now she looked angry. It's easy for you to say all this. You got out. You and TJ. You never even met TJ. No, but people still talk about him. When Carl and Meg aren't around, they say he was the only one who ever stood up to Carl. Like he was a legend. Like that meant something. I wanted to scream. TJ had died. I'd run. We hadn't started a revolution. We'd barely survived. If I'd stayed with Carl, I'd be dead by now. No question. He'd have broken me, or worse. How long until Jenny ended up the same? That's when I made my decision. Jenny, if you want out, I'll help you. I'll make sure you get somewhere safe. But you have to want it. And you have to start thinking about what's next. Before Carl, what did you want? Were you in school? Did you have a job? Any goals at all? To leave him behind, you've got to be ready to stand on your own. Learn to manage the lycanthropy without relying on him.
Can you do that?
She was quiet for a long time, staring out the window as silent tears fell. She wiped at them absently. Then she said, "But I love him. I know he loves me. He's so good to me when he's not." Her voice broke. She couldn't even say it. I didn't judge her. I couldn't. I'd been her, once. What was it about men like Carl that made girls like us cling to them, convinced they were our only hope? I dug through my bag and pulled out a business card. "Here's my number.
Call me.
When you're ready, call me." She took it carefully, holding it like it might fall apart. When I stood up, she followed. I held the door for her. "Carl's going to smell me on you. You'll need a good excuse. And whatever you do, don't let him find that card." Her face paled, and we stepped into the night. "Do you need a ride?" I asked.
No.
"I just need to think."
Yeah.
"Be careful." She looked at me with wide eyes, not defiant, not afraid. Just curious. Observant. Like she was trying to understand me. Like a wolf watching its alpha learning. "You're nothing like Carl and Meg," she said. I smiled. That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever told me. She disappeared down the alley behind the building. I headed home, but I hadn't driven far when my phone rang. It was Jenny. "Can you come get me?" she said. Ben was waiting in the living room of the condo, sitting on the sofa, reading a magazine. When I opened the door, he set the magazine aside and crossed his arms. He was wearing sweats and a t-shirt, looking ready for bed. Only the living room lamp was on, and the place seemed dark. I pulled Jenny in with me and shut the door quickly. Glancing sidelong at Ben, she huddled near the wall, arms crossed, slouching. Ben said, "This is keeping your head low? Avoiding confrontation?" What was I supposed to do? I touched her shoulder, trying to peel her off the wall.
Jenny, this is Ben.
"He's one of the good guys." "Gee, thanks," Ben muttered wryly. "Ben, this is Jenny."
Hi, he said.
She managed a brief smile. "Jenny, you need anything? Will you be okay while I make some calls?" She shook her head. "It smells wrong. It's not like pack in here." Different pack. Different territory. I hadn't thought of Ben's condo as territory before, this tiny little pocket of Denver that didn't belong to Carl. I liked the image. It feels strange. You don't have to stay. But if she went back to Carl, he'd catch my scent on her. She'd reek of another pack and Carl would know. Who knew how he'd react? No, I'll stay. I need time to think. That's the right mindset. Want to try getting some sleep? Things might seem a little clearer in the morning. "You can take the couch," Ben offered, patting the leather cushion beside him. "Best couch in the world for naps. I'll grab you some blankets." "Is that okay?" I asked her. "That's your call," she replied. "Nope. That's exactly what you need to stop doing. If you're going to move forward, you have to start making choices for yourself. Otherwise, people are just going to keep pushing you around." She looked away, but nodded.
Yeah.
Okay. Ben brought her a pillow and blankets. Jenny curled up on the couch, clutching the blanket like it was a lifeline, and within moments, she was asleep. Like she hadn't had real rest in weeks. Maybe months. Ben and I retreated to the bedroom. He sat on the bed and watched me pace back and forth as I vented. I shouldn't have done this. It's insane. I can't protect her. I never should have brought her here. You realize you're pacing like a caged animal? That always happened when I was anxious. I dropped onto the bed with a groan. I'm not part of that pack anymore. It's not my responsibility. So, why am I doing this? Ben gave me that crooked half smile of his, mildly amused, not convinced by anything I'd said. "You've just listed a dozen reasons not to help her. So, what's the real reason you did?" I shrugged. It just felt right. The wolf in me wants to protect her. I groaned and pressed my hands to my head like I could squeeze logic into place. You'd think the wolf side would stop surprising me by now. She reminds you of yourself, doesn't she? I wanted to deny it, say I'd never been that lost, that vulnerable. But I remembered. Those first few weeks with the pack, being surrounded by wolves, constantly on edge. All I cared about was staying invisible, staying safe. Keeping Carl happy, so he wouldn't turn on me.
Yeah.
If it weren't for the show and TJ and leaving, I'd probably still be like that. She told me Carl turned her because he wanted that again. Someone easy to control. Jesus. We sat in silence, the weight of it all pressing down on us. Then Ben said, "I want you to take the gun.
Keep it with you.
We'll deal with the paperwork later." Ben. "He's going to come after you, eventually. You need to be ready. Don't just leave it in the glove box. Get a purse. Carry it with you." I exhaled hard, frustrated. A gun isn't always the answer. No, not always. But sometimes it is. He smirked slightly. "Who's the alpha here again? Don't most packs have two alphas?" He was getting bold. I kind of liked it. I squeezed his hand and kissed him. "Thanks. I need to make a few calls." Jenny slept for 10 straight hours. The next morning, she looked like someone on the run, dark circles under her eyes, a wary look, lips pulled into a tired line. But she stood a little taller, and she wasn't crying anymore. I knew of a few places where lycanthropes lived without packs, communities where werewolves looked out for each other, helped newcomers get work, build stability. I'd waited until morning to start calling, but I'd already made one call before sunrise. I had a contact, an old vampire friend, who might have room in her household for a stray wolf in need. Without even realizing it, I'd built a network of friends. Ahmed, a kind-hearted old werewolf, and Alette, a vampire who is more compassionate than most humans, both lived in Washington, D.C., and each offered to take Jenny in, if I could get her there. Ahmed even gave me more names. Lycanthropes in LA and Seattle who'd help her, if she preferred those cities. He said cases like hers happen more than you'd think, but a few people had stepped up. Shelters for abused werewolves, who'd have imagined. Finally, this was something I could fix. A problem I could actually solve. When Jenny woke up around noon, I handed her a sheet full of names and phone numbers. So, I asked, do you want to go to Seattle, LA, or DC? She eyed the paper cautiously. What is this? I kept my voice gentle. If you really want to get away from Carl, you'll need to leave town. I've got connections. The folks in DC, I know them personally, I trust them. And they gave me the rest of these names, so I trust them, too. Wherever you go, you won't be alone. These people are friends, they'll help. She stared down at the table, at her half-finished glass of orange juice. Maybe the decision sounded too big, too sudden. Who knew what thoughts were running through her head? I did the same thing, I said. I left. Once Carl's not around, everything gets easier to understand. She swallowed, her voice thin and shaky. The vampire, Alette, you said she's nice?
She is.
A bit snobby, maybe, but she means well. She really enjoys taking care of people. I think I'd like to go there, Jenny said. With her. It made sense. Alette was a woman, and not a werewolf. I wasn't surprised Jenny chose her. Then we'll make it happen.
See?
It's not so hard. She sniffled, and for a second I thought she was going to cry again, and if she did, I'd probably join her. But instead, she smiled. Just a small one. Her first real smile. Thank you, she said. Everyone told me you'd help. Becky said you would. I'm glad I could, I said, and I meant it. For once, it felt like I'd won. No bloodshed. No fighting. Just help. Underscore 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 underscore. In the days that followed, we got everything arranged. I didn't let Jenny leave the condo, and I never left her alone. Either Ben or I stayed with her at all times, mostly me. She was still uneasy around Ben, which I understood. I spent my time watching the window, scanning the street, flinching every time the phone rang. I kept expecting Carl to show up, but he never did. Ben cleaned a couple of guns, carefully loading them with silver bullets while wearing gloves. I bought Jenny's plane ticket, gave her some extra clothes, and put her on a call with Alette so they could get to know each other. Jenny seemed dazed, numb, like someone who just survived a natural disaster. She had put her future in the hands of strangers, resigned to fate. I wouldn't breathe easy until she was on that plane. The most I could do was walk her to the security checkpoint. We lingered at the back of the line for the metal detectors. You have my number. Call me if you need anything, okay? If DC doesn't work out, we'll find another option.
You have choices now.
Things will feel clearer once you get some distance. I wanted her to feel hopeful, even excited, but she looked petrified. I don't think I've ever been this scared, she whispered. Not even the first time I shifted. It's going to be okay. But I think I miss Carl. Is that messed up? How could I make her believe she was doing the right thing? Some part of you probably always will. I still do sometimes. Though the Carl I once missed, the strong, loving Carl, the safety I thought he gave me, was mostly a ghost now. The dominant, angry Carl had long since taken over. But you deserve your own life. You don't belong to him. She nodded slowly, uncertain but listening. Call me when you land, okay? I said. Oh, and make sure you meet Ahmed. He runs this bar. It's amazing. I know, she interrupted, teasing. You've told me like 10 times. She smiled again, and it lit up her whole face. I could see why Carl had chosen her. It just made me angrier, knowing how thoroughly he'd smothered that light. Honestly, I said, I'm kind of jealous. You're starting this whole new adventure. It feels like jumping off a cliff. It does. But just don't forget your parachute. We hugged. A human gesture, not a wolf one. But she'd need her human side to get through this, to remember she could live without him. I watched her disappear down the escalator to the concourse train. Only ticketed passengers could go further. That brought me some comfort. No one who wanted to hurt her could reach her now. She was safe. Underscore 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 underscore. Mission accomplished? Ben asked when I got home.
Yeah.
I stepped into his arms and clung to him. I need a hug. He held me close. What's Carl going to do when he finds out? I mumbled into his shoulder. Nothing. Not unless he knows someone helped her. As far as he's concerned, she just left. And there's not a damn thing he can do about it. I almost wanted to call Carl and scream it into the phone.
There's nothing you can do about it, you bastard. Chapter 8.
Mom had a surgery date, Friday, barring unexpected test results or complications in the meantime. The doctors were calling it a re-excision and kept saying it was routine, but that was just to make us feel better. They were still cutting chunks out of my mom. I wanted to stop it if I could, but there were no good solutions any way you looked at it. After sending Jenny off, I had a free evening and spent it with Mom, working up the courage to mention lycanthropy. It was a crazy, stupid idea. I couldn't suggest that my own mother take up this life. I'd have to take care of her the way I'd taken care of Ben when he'd been infected last winter. That had been hard enough, watching him struggle with the changes to his body, what the pain did to him, knowing what he was going through and being unable to make it any easier. I couldn't imagine Mom in that situation. But if it was a choice between going through that and losing her entirely, it wasn't a choice at all. I had to talk to her about it before the surgery. We sat at the kitchen table and ate ice cream out of the carton. She'd handed me the spoon as soon as I walked in the door.
Life is short, she said.
I'm going to be completely decadent this week. To think, all those years I was worried about my weight. If I'd known I might lose it all in a heartbeat, I'd have eaten more ice cream. Mom, don't talk like that, I said half-heartedly. She gestured for me to dig into the bucket. Rocky Road. The whole kitchen smelled like rich chocolate. I'm entitled to a little grim humor. It sounds like you're giving up. Oh no, she said around a mouthful of ice cream.
She shook her head.
Not at all. Trust me, I won't give up. I've got too many reasons to stick around. She sounded tough, like an Amazon or a Valkyrie, with a tone of fight in her voice that she usually only revealed when she talked about her tennis matches. I was proud of her. She'd survive this. She'd survive anything. She took another bite and continued. Nikki and Jeffy, those are two big reasons right there. I can't wait to see what they're going to turn into.
Can you?
And you don't think that just because Cheryl has kids you're off the hook. I'm going to stick around and see what your kids are going to turn into. I started crying.
Couldn't help it.
I didn't want to cry. I wanted to be strong. But I did. My face turned away. Mom set down her spoon and stared at me, looking shocked. Kitty? Oh, don't do that. It's too soon for that. She went and retrieved a box of tissues from the kitchen counter. I should have told her straight off when it happened.
Too late now.
I tried to speak, but my throat had closed up. The words wouldn't come. I grabbed a whole handful of tissues and tried to pull myself together. Patiently, she waited, sitting across from me on the edge of her seat, like she was restraining herself from coming over and gathering me in her arms. But I wasn't 4, and this wasn't a skin knee, so she waited. Finally, I got it out. It's not that. Not yet, anyway. I had a miscarriage. Had to get it out all at once, somehow, around the blubbering. I wished I could say it without crying. A couple of weeks ago, I didn't even know I was pregnant. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I didn't want to say anything because we were all worried about you. You were more important. You should have said something. I know, but there's more. It's the lycanthropy, the shape-shifting. It'll cause a miscarriage every time. I can't have kids at all. And I didn't think I'd care. I didn't think it would matter, but I do, it does. Then, she came over and put her arms around me. We stayed like that a long time, hugging. She kept saying, "It's okay, it'll be okay." And I marveled that she could even say that with everything that had happened to us. As much as I might want to turn 4 years old again and have my mother take care of me, I couldn't. And I couldn't keep this up all night. My eyes hurt. My whole face hurt. I pulled away to grab a new handful of tissues. I just wanted a normal life, I said, my voice thick. I always thought I was going to have a normal life. Smiling a wise, knowing smile, Mom brushed a wet strand of hair out of my face. Nobody gets a normal life. You think it's normal, then something like this happens. You find a lump. You get bitten by something out in the woods. And you think, why me? But the universe says, why not you? And I think about how very lucky we've all been. I've been married to my best friend for 35 years. My beautiful girls are making their way in the world. Most people don't have it this good. So something was bound to come along and wreck it. Is that what you're saying? She shook her head. It's not wrecked. I'm very lucky to have this life. I think that luck will hold for a little while longer. I can handle a lump or two. And you've held on this long, Kitty. You've been through so much. I can't imagine anything keeping you down for long. We'll be fine. We're all going to be fine. It was a mantra of pure faith. She kept on with the ice cream, and I switched to hot cocoa. My insides needed warming, and my throat needed melting. I could not say it any longer. If I was going to make one revelation tonight, I might as well make them all. I'd stopped crying and felt a little less wrung out. I gripped my mug and made a start of it. Mom, I have to ask you something. You may not like it, but I have to say it, and I want you to think about it seriously before you blow me off. Lycanthropy, it does something. Like what I told you, I'll never get cancer. I'll never get sick. If you were infected, if you were bitten right now, it would cure you. It's a trade-off, I know. The lycanthropy, it's hard to deal with. But it would cure you. You wouldn't have to go through this surgery. She could keep her body intact. She let her gaze fall to the table, to where her hands lay folded over one another. What exactly are you saying? As if I hadn't already spelled it out. I can cure you. I think I can cure you. It was insane, but it was also a shred of hope. That hope burned in me. By turning me into a werewolf, she said, her voice gone flat.
Yes.
I haven't really thought out the mechanics of it, but I'm sure. She held her hand in a calming gesture, and I stopped. Do you know that this is a cure? Have you tried it? Do you know anyone who's tried it? No, but I didn't want to say that. I'll have Dr. Schumacher talk to you. The data's still a little fuzzy because it was secret for so long, but she has the case files. Again, Mom stopped me. The surgery's scheduled for Friday. It's all settled. You can change your mind. You have a few days to think about it. For a moment, she looked like she was going to argue. She wore a familiar, pensive expression. Like I was about to do something stupid and she was going to let me, so I'd learn a lesson. I was trying to save her, and I was the one who felt like an idiot. I'll think about it, she said finally. I wanted Mom intact, healthy, strong. I knew this would work. I knew it. I'll come see you Friday. Okay? Call me if you need anything. If you want me to do it. If you change your mind. I'd like that. I love you. It came out desperate, like I wasn't going to have another chance to tell her. I love you too. We hugged. She felt small in my embrace. For the first time in my life, she felt frail. Dad walked me to my car. We went slowly, enjoying the warm evening. How do you think she's holding up? He said. I shrugged. I was about to ask you. I have no idea if she's really being that positive or just putting on a brave face. He chuckled. You'd think I'd be able to tell the difference, wouldn't you? Dad, I may have said something that upset her. I think that lycanthropy might cure it. The cancer, I mean. He leaned against my car and gazed up the street, not really looking at anything. I can't claim to know too much about it, but that sounds like a cure that's not a whole lot better than the disease. I gazed heavenward. I was only trying to help. I know. But if things get bad, if the doctors can't do anything, he shook his head. We haven't gotten there yet. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. My eyes were stinging then. Okay, I'll see you later, okay? We hugged, and he watched me drive away. On the way home, my cell phone rang. Kitty, it's Tom. Tom was one of Vampire Mistress Alette's people. Chauffeur, valet, human servant, and a grandson many generations down the line. Part of her family, in every sense of the word. Hey, what's up? Did Jenny get an okay? That's why I'm calling. Her flight came in, but she wasn't on it. The question had been wrote. I'd asked it fully expecting a positive response. No alternative was possible. My stomach froze. What do you mean she wasn't on it? The airline says she didn't check in at the gate. She never got onto the plane. We can't find her. I walked her to security myself. She couldn't have not gotten on that plane. Maybe the airline made a mistake. I suppose it's possible. Does she have a phone?
No, she doesn't.
There has to be an explanation. Maybe I gave you the wrong flight number. I'll make another pass through the airport. Maybe give Ahmed a call. Ahmed was the closest thing the DC lycanthropes had to a leader. She might have found her way to him. I had to hope something like that had happened, that she'd made it to DC, and just missed Tom somehow. I'll try to find something out on this end. And what happened if she hadn't gotten on the plane? Why wouldn't she have gotten on the plane? Let me know as soon as you find out anything. Will do. He clicked off. There had to be a good explanation. I went home and made some phone calls. The airline confirmed that Jenny had been issued a boarding pass, but she never checked in at the gate. Her seat was empty when the plane took off. Had she switched flights? Changed her departure time or destination? The reservation agent told me there had been no changes to her itinerary after the boarding pass was printed. It was as if she'd simply vanished. I spoke with airport security. They said they'd review the surveillance footage to see what happened. Whether someone had approached her. That was what terrified me most. That Carl had somehow found her. It wasn't just possible. It would have been easy. But I'd hoped Jenny had built up enough courage, enough strength, to scream if he'd tried to take her. I called Hardin to report her missing. But she hadn't been gone long enough for an official report. Unless I had a specific lead or place to check, the police couldn't help. Carl, I told her. He'll know something. I gave her the details on how to find him. I'll look into it, she said, but her voice didn't sound hopeful. I'd been at it for hours, flipping through the phone book at the kitchen table, trying to think of more people I could call. Ben walked in, already dressed for bed. Kitty, stop. There's nothing more you can do. There has to be. You can sleep.
No.
She's out there. She's in danger. Maybe she changed her mind, he said softly. I looked up at him, bleary-eyed.
He sighed.
Maybe she decided not to go to DC. Maybe she found another way out and figured it was better if no one knew where she was going. It was possible. Do you believe that? He gave a helpless shrug. I don't know. But even if it's not true, there's nothing I can do about it. You're not even trying, I said, rubbing my forehead. He was right. I should go to bed. Not that I expected to sleep. He reached out to touch my shoulder. It was meant to be reassuring, but I flinched. My whole body was taut. He pulled back, a little stunned. You okay? He asked. I have to keep trying. There has to be something I missed. He looked like he wanted to say something, then gave up and went back to the bedroom. I joined him about an hour later, finally putting down the phone, turning off the lights. Surrendering. Ben. He didn't stir. His breathing was slow and even, already asleep. I crawled into bed beside him, secretly hoping he'd wake up and wrap his arms around me. He didn't. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. The next day, when I got to Knob, someone was waiting for me in the lobby. As I walked in, a woman stood from one of the lobby chairs. Arms crossed, frowning, she looked tired, frustrated. She wore slacks and a blazer, both slightly wrinkled, with a blouse open at the collar. Businesslike, but worn in. Her dark hair was pulled back into a short ponytail. "Detective Harden," I said, not bothering to hide my lack of enthusiasm. "Hi." "Nice to see you too," she replied dryly. "Why didn't you tell me you were back in town?" "I've been trying to stay off the radar." "Not doing a great job." "You don't have to tell me," I muttered. "Any progress on your robbery case?"
No.
I had to put it on hold. Another case came up. "I'd like you to take a look at something." She reached down and picked up an attaché case.
It's not autopsy photos, is it?
I'm not in the mood for autopsy photos. I meant it as a joke. Our last few encounters had involved her showing me bodies and asking if they'd been killed by werewolves. But her face didn't change. "Crime scene photos. Homicide."
Damn.
"Is there somewhere we can talk privately?" she asked. "Do I have to?" I said, almost whining. She gave me a sympathetic smile. "I'll owe you a favor. Don't underestimate how useful that can be."
Fine.
Upstairs conference room. I led the way, painfully aware of her eyes on my back the whole time. That subtle prickling sensation, like she was peeling me apart just by looking. Once inside, she wasted no time. She pulled out 10 5x7 photos and laid them out on the table. Each was a face. Some blood-spattered. Some drenched. Hair matted with red, skin streaked with gore. Slashes across faces and throats. Claw marks. A few had chunks of flesh torn away. Teeth marks. All of them had their eyes closed. My stomach twisted. "We got a 911 call around 3 a.m. from a warehouse south of downtown," Harden said. "This is what we found." The call came from a mobile phone left inside. Might have belonged to one of the victims. No usable prints. All the bodies were found inside, signs of a violent fight. No weapons, just claws and fangs. All 10 victims tested positive for lycanthropy. "Do you recognize them?" They were Rick's people. I could still identify them beneath the blood. The proud, confident pack he'd gathered, they were gone. I ran my fingers over the images. "We also found 3 sets of remains, ashes. We think they might have been vampires. No way to ID them." 7 of the 10 were Rick's. 2 others were wolves from Carl's pack, fighters, both of them. One had worked as a bouncer. Now, they were dead. The 10th photo was Jenny. Her throat was torn out. Her shirt was the same one she'd worn the day before. Her blonde hair was soaked and tangled with blood, but her expression was strangely peaceful. She looked like she'd found a way out. "You do know them," Harden said quietly. I picked up Jenny's photo and couldn't look away. I had no idea what my face looked like, what expression I was wearing, but I couldn't speak. "Kitty," she prompted. "She wasn't supposed to be here," I managed to say, my voice straining. "She was supposed to be on a plane. She's the one I told you about last night. She was supposed to be free." Harden gently took the photo from me and set it back in place. "This one's different. Her estimated time of death was about 7 hours before the others. Her body was left there, but she didn't die with them. Carl had killed her first, then dumped her with the others. I had to believe it was him. He might have had help for the rest, but Jenny, he killed her alone. But how had he found her? How had she let him? And how had he gotten to her past airport security?" The full meaning of the other photos hit me gradually, like a delayed shockwave after the initial blow of seeing Jenny dead. Rick's coup had failed. One of those piles of ash might be him. I had no way of knowing if he was alive. I might never know. 7 lycanthropes, 3 vampires. That was nearly everyone. "Are they all werewolves?" I asked. I'd never seen Rick's enforcer, Dak, in human form. There was no way for me to tell if one of these bodies was his. Any chance they were other types of lycanthropes? The tests don't get that specific. I can tell if they were lycanthropes, not what kind. "What happened?" I asked quietly, though deep down I already knew. These 7 died from wounds consistent with attacks by other lycanthropes. They were basically torn apart. She grouped 5 of the most gruesome photos together. A werewolf could take a lot of punishment, but not that. These 3 smaller bite marks, more human-sized. They bled out.
I'm guessing vampires.
I'll need to confirm. What I don't know is, were they part of the same group? Or was this a clash between 2 packs? And do vampires usually get involved in this kind of fight? What can you tell me? This had gone beyond werewolf or vampire politics. Law enforcement was involved now. How would Hardin handle this kind of conflict in her jurisdiction? I didn't want her involved. She and her people weren't equipped for this. Unless, maybe she was. She'd done her homework. She carried silver bullets. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what would happen if she actually could handle it. Detective, if I tell you anything, you have to promise to stay out of it. And keep your people out of it. I can't make that promise, she said firmly, clearly offended. I've got 10 bodies and pressure from above. What am I supposed to say? That the werewolves are just blowing off steam? This isn't like anything you've dealt with before. You have to believe me. But I knew she wouldn't back off because she was a good cop. Nothing I said would convince her. And I didn't want the police involved. This would turn into a 3-way war. Us versus them versus them. I didn't want Arturo to decide Hardin was a threat too. I didn't want her getting hurt. Kitty, I want to understand this. If you want me to handle it right, I need your help. Then again, maybe she could help. Maybe she could help me find Rick. Maybe she had the solution. Arrest them all. I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed at me to run. There's a war. I said finally. A pause. You're serious? Completely. It's about territory. Who gets to call themselves the master vampire of the city? Denver has a master vampire, she said, skeptical.
Yeah. Or did.
This may have ended it. They were all gone. We were all as good as gone. I arranged the photos. Rick 7, Carl's 2, and Jenny, off to the side. These were with the Challenger. Those 2 are local. Jenny wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know how it happened. So, the werewolves work for the vampires? Sometimes, yeah. And which side are you on? I shook my head. Neither. I've been trying to stay out of it. The only person I'd tried to help was Jenny. They were outsiders, Hardin said. So the Challenger brought in muscle to take on the Master and his allies. Exactly. She understood quickly. Then I'll go to this master vampire and charge him with orchestrating 10 murders. I almost laughed, but the sound that came out was raw. You think it's that simple? Look at what they did. What he's capable of. If he finds out I was involved.
And Ben.
Had they gotten to Ben? I had to call him. We had to leave. You don't understand what they're capable of. Kitty, let me ask you some simple yes or no questions. Don't explain, just answer. Okay.
Oh, Zora?
Master vampires claim cities as territory. They have followers, other vampires, sometimes humans, to do their bidding. Right? Yes. If a new vampire enters the city and wants to take over, they fight. That's what this war is. I nodded. Then I'm treating this like a gang war. This is organized crime operating in my city. And if there's a gang war happening on my streets, I will shut it down. Tell your vampire friends that. I nodded. I really did love Hardin. She was a badass, no-nonsense woman who wouldn't back down. The last person I wanted as an enemy. Glad we understand each other. You have my number if you decide to share any more useful insights. Yes.
Good.
Because I don't care who they think they are, no one gets away with this in my city. She gathered the photos and walked out. I'd half expected to be arrested, interrogated, forced to lead them to Arturo. I knew where he stayed. But she let me go, because now she'd tail me. She'd watch who I met, who reached out to me, and follow those leads until she could make an arrest. For a second, I nearly ran after her. Begged to be put in protective custody. Maybe a jail cell was the safest place. But then I'd be trapped. No place left to run. I called Ben on my way home. Every unanswered ring ratcheted up the fear. They'd found him. I was next. Yeah, he finally picked up. I blurted out, my voice shaking. Ben, we have to leave.
Now.
We can't stay here. We have to go. Kitty, whoa, slow down. What's going on?
She's dead.
I don't know how Carl got to her, but he did. Hardin came to work with the photos. He'll know we helped her. He's probably already looking for us. He didn't need to ask who I meant. But you took her to the airport. How did he find her? How did he even get close enough to? I don't know. It doesn't matter anymore. It's done. Where are you? Driving home. Okay. We'll talk when you get here.
Just stay calm, all right?
Keep it together. He'd adopted my own mantra. The one I repeated when the wolf inside started creeping too close to the surface, when instinct threatened to drown out reason. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Okay. I'll be okay. I wouldn't. I'll see you soon. Okay? I whispered, and we hung up. No one tried to kill me between the parking lot and Ben's condo door. That felt like a small miracle. He was on the couch when I walked in, too calm. I wanted to see weapons on the table. Wanted us to be hunkering down like it was the Alamo. We just looked at each other, suspended in an eerie moment of anticlimax. Where was the panic? The chaos? Ben said quietly, "Tell me what happened." I sighed, frustrated. There's no time. I'll explain on the way. We have to leave. Now. I headed to the bedroom, grabbed a duffel bag, and started stuffing clothes into it. Didn't matter what, underwear, shirts, jeans. Just enough to go. Just enough to run. What are you doing? Ben asked, his voice low and steady, like a parent waiting out a child's tantrum. Leaving. Rick made his move and failed.
He's probably dead.
Jenny is definitely dead. I tried to save her, but Carl found her somehow. And now he'll come for me. For you. We don't stand a chance. Kitty, Carl getting to her wasn't your fault. You tried. You did what you could. I can't stop him. I couldn't even manage a little protest, let alone fight him. I grabbed more clothes from the closet and shoved them into the bag. It wouldn't zip, so I yanked something out and tossed it aside. Still needed my toothbrush. And you're just going to leave? Even while your mom's sick. She'd understand. If I told her staying meant getting killed, she'd want me to leave. I didn't answer. I turned away, reaching for the bag again. Ben tried again. What if there's another way? Something short of a fight? A compromise? That's the lawyer in you talking. These people don't do compromise. They don't care about laws or reason. They only understand power and blood. My voice cracked. You don't know what they're capable of. You haven't seen it. I tried to protect you from that world, and now I'm dragging you into it anyway.
Don't worry about me.
I can handle myself. No, Ben, you can't. You don't know what Carl is, what he can do. You think all werewolves are like me, but most of them are monsters. Like you? Like me? He was being too rational. You know what I mean. All I know is you're starting to smell more wolf than human, and if you don't sit down and breathe, you're going to lose control. I didn't have time to breathe. Wolf instinct said one thing. Run. We couldn't fight here. We weren't strong enough. Come with me, Ben. Please. He hesitated, his expression shifting through thoughts he didn't speak. Then he said, quietly but firmly, I'm staying. You do what you want, but I'm not running. And he walked out of the room. That moment, his pause, gave me just enough space to breathe, to realize he was right. The wolf had taken over. My vision was blurring with panic. I wasn't thinking. I dropped onto the bed, head between my knees, drawing in deep, steadying breaths. Keep it together. I called out, my voice strained, vulnerable. I hated how desperate I sounded. Ben, we can't stay. They'll kill us. He reappeared in the doorway, still firm, still immovable. I could feel our own civil war brewing between us. No, they won't, he said. You say I haven't seen the worst of it, but you don't know what I've seen either. And I can take care of myself, whether or not you believe it. We have weapons. If we take a stand, they'll back off. I'm willing to fight if you're not. This is my home, and I'm not running to Pueblo just because you're scared and ready to bolt. And yeah, it sucks that that's no longer just a metaphor. He raked a hand through his hair. His breath was heavy. He smelled more wolf now, too. I wasn't keeping it together. I wasn't being rational. Our pack of two was starting to fracture. Or maybe this was just a breaking point. Are we a pack or not? I asked. He said softly, I don't know. It hit me then that my instinct to run was stronger than my instinct to stay and protect him. He was right. He could take care of himself. He had guns. He had resolve. I slung the bag over my shoulder and walked out. Chapter 9. I headed south. I'd done this before, run away, leaving behind my family, the knob, everything I cared about. So I had to ask myself, what could be so awful, so overwhelming, that it was worth abandoning all of that again? The answer came easily. Nothing. Nothing was worth losing all of that. And if I looked at it that way, facing Carl was a small price to pay to keep my life intact. Either way, I risked losing everything, so maybe the better move was to stand and fight. That must have been why I veered off the interstate onto Highway 50, heading west toward Cannon City. I drove straight to the prison, went through the usual security process, and waited in that cold, sterile room that stank of bleach and stale air. I didn't even try to put on a cheerful face this time.
There was no one else I could talk to.
Cormac entered in his orange prison uniform, calm and unreadable. He sat across from me and picked up the receiver. I mirrored him, and for a few seconds, we just looked at each other. He looked clean and healthy, his hair trimmed, his face rested. Prison seemed to agree with him, or at least staying out of trouble did.
Hi, I said.
I wasn't expecting you, he replied. What's wrong? I almost laughed. My instinct was to say nothing, pretend I was fine, but that would have been a ridiculous lie. I glanced away, wondering just how bad I must look. That obvious? Yeah. Ben always insists we stay upbeat when we visit. Says, we need to keep your spirits up. But I really need someone to talk to. Don't worry about me, he said. Talk. I don't even know where to begin. Ben told me about the miscarriage.
I'm sorry.
For a moment, I felt a flare of anger that Ben had told him, but then I let it go. Cormac was Ben's friend, and probably the only one he could talk to. And the fact that Cormac even acknowledged the loss, that someone like him could understand what it meant, caught me off guard. It reminded me why I came. He was my friend too, killer or not. Thanks. But honestly, that's not even the worst part, I said. My mom's really sick, and things in Denver, it's a disaster. I try to stay out of it, I really did. Cormac lowered his head to hide a grin. Hey, don't laugh. Kitty, when have you ever stayed out of anything? I gave him a hard look. You should have known me back when I was quiet and polite. I used to be a good girl. He wisely didn't argue. So tell me what's going on. I did. Speaking quietly, aware of who might be listening, and unsure if what I said would even make sense to anyone on the outside. It sounded like a war, an underground, dirty war with no clear lines. No rules, just betrayals and ambushes. Everyone thought they were in the right. I wish you could help this time, I said with a tired smile. I really don't know what to do. You've got two options, Cormac said. Leave Denver, or fight to win. We can't win. They're too strong. I've already left. And how long until you go back? You never stay away. That's why you need to win. So you don't have to keep running. And Ben won't leave, which means you're going to have to go back and protect him. I rested my head on my hand. He wasn't saying anything I hadn't already heard from Ben, but somehow I needed to hear it from him. It was Cormac who always talked like this, cold, focused, tactical. And I still had it in my head that I was the one protecting Ben. Maybe I should have listened to him more.
Fine. Okay.
But I don't know how to fight a war. Then don't fight it like a war, not the way Rick did. You'll have to play dirty. Lure them out. Make them paranoid. Make them watch every shadow and jump at every sound. Then hit them when they're scattered. If I had the time, I could do it myself. I don't think I have the luxury of time. Then you'll have to move fast. Carl only had power because of the pack. According to Rick, the pack was weak. Arturo's situation was harder to read. Rick had tried to take Arturo by surprise, but also wanted a head-on fight. That was a mistake. We couldn't do that. We had to work from the outside, as the unknown variable. Unpredictable. Uninvested in the system. We couldn't just replace Carl and Arturo. We had to break it all down and rebuild from scratch. If Rick really was dead, it might fall to me to deal with Arturo. Or convince him that Denver was better off with me running the show. Could I strike a deal with Arturo? Maybe. Cormac leaned in slightly. Don't forget, you're dealing with predators. It's all about territory. You take their ground. You take their strength. But once you move, you can't leave them standing.
Are you ready for that?
I nodded quickly. I didn't want to think about the aftermath yet. Rick tried. And failed. They hit him at home. He didn't even get to make a move. Then someone sold him out, Cormac said. He had a leak. That's the only way they got the jump on him. It was so obvious it nearly made me cry. But Rick trusted his people. He picked them himself. If someone betrayed him, maybe it was someone on the outside. Someone with access. Someone people wouldn't suspect. Mercedes Cook? Against my better judgment, I was beginning to form a plan. Cormac lowered his voice, matching the tone of our conversation. Keep this quiet. Stay away from the cops. They always screw things up. He would know. He'd saved me and 5 others by taking out a creature that was about to kill us all. But when the smoke cleared, all the police saw was a body, and Cormac standing over it with a rifle. I winced. Too late. The cops are already in it. You remember Detective Harden? Shit. That would be a yes. But still, the gears were turning. I had to think strategically, consider my leverage. She wants this treated like a gang war. She wants these guys gone just as badly as I do. If I can get her to handle the dirty work, maybe even the shooting, that leaves me with clean hands. That's a tricky gamble to make.
Yeah.
But I could make it work. I started to think I could make it work. Do you still have the Jeep? Cormac said. Does Ben have it? Yeah, it's at his mom's place. Go get it. Pop the hood. On the inside edge, on the left, there's one of those magnetic boxes for spare keys. The key in it is for a storage unit at a place on 287, south of Longmont. Ben knows where. Storage unit. Storing what? Stuff you might be able to use. Cormac. I'd go in and clean up the town myself if I could. But I can't, so I want to make sure you have the tools for it. Cormac had his own personal armory in a rented storage locker. He never ceased to amaze me. Ben took me to a range. Taught me to shoot. Good, he said. I don't want to be a part of this kind of life, I said. Sometimes you don't have a choice, he said. When you're the only one around who can make a stand, you don't have a choice. Not if you want to be able to sleep at night. I wasn't thinking of doing this because I wanted to, or because I thought it'd be fun. I was doing this for Jenny, for Ben, for myself, to keep those of us left alive safe. I was doing this for Teen J. It was what he'd have done. Cormac was much better suited for a world where wars happened. Can you sleep at night, Cormac? Most of the time. When I'm not thinking about you. He grimaced. I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. No, I said softly. I'm sorry. His voice was low, drawn from a dark place. Sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if I'd shot him. After he was bitten. If I'd killed him like he wanted me to. And then, what if I came to see you? To tell you what happened. You'd be all sympathetic. You'd tell me how sorry you were. You'd start crying. I'd hold you and then... Cormac, stop.
Stop it.
You don't actually wish. I couldn't even say it. Cormac and Ben were like brothers. He couldn't wish Ben dead.
No, he said.
Only sometimes. That's psychotic. Sociopathic is what the prison psychologist wrote down. Geez, Cormac. No, never mind. It's all just thinking. He glanced away, hiding his expression. I don't think it would have worked out. At the end of the day, it just wouldn't. That little mischievous bit of my brain reared her catty head. I narrowed my gaze and said, but it might have been fun finding out. Yeah, he said, smiling. For this moment at least, and maybe for a few future ones, things were all right between us. I'd come to him for help, and he'd given it, and we'd made a few confessions and cracked a few jokes in the meantime.
Just like friends are supposed to.
He said, You look after yourself. Look after Ben. Remember, you're hunting predators. It's different from deer and rabbits. Predators get angry, not scared. You know that. Then the visit was over. The guard led him away, and I fled the prison. Back on the road, I hit the interstate and headed north, back to Denver. As I drove, the first thing I did was call Detective Harden. She owed me a favor, and if this worked right, she wouldn't even know she was paying me back. "It's me," I said when she answered her phone. "Please tell me you've got something for me." "I do, but you're not going to like it, or even believe it for that matter." But Harden had demonstrated a great capacity for believing the unbelievable. "I rarely do," she said. "Mercedes Cook. You heard about her, right? The singer. You had her on your show a week or so ago, announced that she was a vampire. She's in the middle of it. She's not the master or the challenger, but she's been egging them both on. You might not want to confront her directly. Vampires can be kind of manipulative." "I'll keep that in mind. Is she still in town? Do you know where she's staying?" "She was staying at the Brown Palace. I don't know if she's still there. She's in the middle of a concert tour, so she should be pretty easy to find wherever she is." "Thanks. I knew if I gave you a day to think about it, you'd come around." "Yeah," I said. That's exactly what happened. It was supper time when I got back to Ben's place. I hadn't looked at my watch in hours. I'd spent the whole drive back thinking, planning. No police cars waited in the parking lot, no crime scene tape wrapped the building. If Carl and Arturo had moved against us, or rather moved against Ben since I'd abandoned him, it hadn't been here. Maybe, I hoped, they hadn't known where to find Ben. And if I was really lucky, Ben hadn't gone looking for them. I went in, almost expecting the place to be trashed, with signs of a massive struggle, and Ben dead, torn to bits all over the living room. If I had found that, I would have taken the gun with its silver bullets and gone after Carl myself. It wouldn't have mattered if Meg and the rest of the pack slaughtered me after, as long as I was able to shoot him first. I braced myself for what I would have to do if I found Ben dead. But the condo was fine. Ben was at the dining room table, eating some sort of carry-out food straight from the carton. He didn't seem particularly surprised to see me. In fact, he glanced at his watch. Humorlessly, he said, "Back already? It hasn't even been 12 hours. I figured it'd take at least 24 to grow your spine back." Ben was perfectly all right. Why had I even worried? But there was a semi-automatic pistol sitting on the table next to him. I didn't look, didn't say a word, didn't even stop. I did not need that kind of crap right now. I went straight back to the bedroom and looked for the pair of jeans I'd been wearing the last time I saw Rick, when he gave me that phone number that I'd shoved in my pocket. If I was lucky, it hadn't gone through the wash yet. As it happened, I'd put the jeans in the duffel bag I'd taken on my short-lived retreat. I should have done this first thing, right after Harden's visit, before ever leaving town. Rick was probably dead, but I had to try. Maybe he'd escaped. It was twilight. The sun had set. I dialed and the phone rang and rang. The certainty that Rick had been one of those piles of vampiric remains that Harden had found settled on me, the weight of doom clenching in my gut. I wasn't surprised, but I was sad. Then the phone clicked on. Yes, it was Rick. "Oh my God, you're alive."
So to speak.
"Kitty, are you all right?" "I didn't know.
I didn't want to talk about me."
Detective Harden came to see me this morning. She had pictures from the warehouse. "Arturo and Carl hit your place, didn't they? What happened?" "They surprised us," he said simply. I could imagine him shrugging. It was a slaughter. A few of us were able to escape. Dak dragged me out of there himself. Charlie and Violet made it out. Impeccable survival instincts in those two. But that's all. All I've been able to contact. Harden has 10 dead lycanthropes and 3 dead vampires. "Damn," he whispered. "That's everyone. And some of theirs." "Rick, have you considered that someone gave Arturo your location and the timing of your attack?" "Of course I have," he said. "Mercedes, maybe. Or one of Arturo's people followed us. I wasn't careful enough. Obviously." He sounded anguished. "We have to talk. Where can we meet?" After a pause, he said, "It's too late for that, Kitty. It's over." I made my move and lost. I wasn't going to let him get away with that. And what now? You run away? Like I did? I thought you were doing this out of a sense of righteousness, not for power. You don't want Arturo running this town. The cost has already been too high.
Rick.
Please, just talk to me, face to face. What made you change your mind? Hardin has 10 dead lycanthropes. Only 7 of them were yours. 2 were Carl's. The 10th was mine.
Oh no. Bene se fine.
This was someone else. I'll explain later. Tell me where and when. He gave me the name of a bar on Colfax. The time, midnight. As I ended the call, I looked up to find Ben standing in the doorway. Do you want me to go with you? Only if you want to, I said. I wouldn't look at him. I want to. Okay. I have another errand to run before then. I'll come back to pick you up. I was already headed for the door. I had to keep moving, letting the adrenaline push me forward. Otherwise, I'd melt. But I managed to turn to him before I left and said, "Thanks." Next, I wanted to find out what happened to Jenny. Why had she left the airport when she was just an hour away from being free forever? Then how had Carl found her, and why had he seen her as enough of an enemy to tear her throat out?
I used to be part of that pack.
I expected that I still knew most of its members and that I still knew how to find a few of them. But I couldn't be sure of trusting any of them. That approaching any of them wouldn't get Carl on my tail. Before I left, I checked the glove box. Yes, Ben's gun with its silver bullets was still there. Ben was so utterly practical, and I was still mad at him. I closed the glove box and hoped I wouldn't need the gun, thereby proving him right again. I knew Sean from my days in the pack. He kept to himself mostly, and that was why I looked for him first. Like most werewolves, he was part of a pack for safety, for the protection of numbers, the reassurance of a regular territory to run in on full moon nights. He didn't make trouble. He paid proper respect to the alphas, and thereby maintained an equilibrium. He wasn't one of the ones so blindingly loyal to Carl that he'd fight and die for him. I was counting on that, and counting that I could run fast enough if I judged wrong. Conversely, I had to hope that even though he was a loner, he knew enough about the pack to tell me what had happened to Jenny. Back in the old days, only a year ago, I had to remind myself that I'd left the pack less than a year ago. Sean had worked at a trendy bar and Sia Krucker in Lodo, near the baseball stadium, as a cook, usually during the late shift. Funny, how many lycanthropes liked working late. First, I called to ask if he was still working there. He was, and in fact had been promoted to the head of his shift. The guy had some ambition, it seemed. I showed up at the place a little after the evening rush and made my way to the back entrance. An open doorway in the back alley led to a clean, whitework area and kitchen. A busboy dropped a bag of trash in a nearby dumpster, and voices, rattling dishes, and the sound of spraying water drifted out, a counterpoint to the sounds of traffic nearby. The smell of rich food and wonderful spices overpowered the city's smells entirely, wafting out on the hot air spilling from the kitchen. The comforting scent made me smile. "Hey," I called to the kid as he turned to go back inside. "Yeah." He was surly, wary, bent on his task, and probably not used to seeing blonde chicks wandering out back. "Can you tell Sean someone's out here to talk to him?" "He know you. Tell him it's Kitty." I decided to be honest. If Sean didn't want to come talk to me, I'd march inside and talk to him instead. The busboy nodded and went back in, leaving me to scuff my sneakers on the asphalt for several minutes. I didn't want to go in there. I'd prefer doing this outside, in the open. Neutral territory, plenty of escape routes. I shouldn't be doing this. Leaving town was a perfectly viable option. A young man of average height and solid build appeared in the doorway, leaning on the jamb, arms crossed, shoulders hunched. The watchful, defensive posture suggested he wasn't going to start a fight, but he wasn't going to give ground either. He had short, dark hair and coffee and cream skin, wore a chef's white smock over his shirt and jeans, and had the wild, fur-under-the-skin scent of a lycanthrope. Someone who didn't know what to look for would never see it in him. "Hi, Sean," I said, hoping I sounded friendly and non-threatening. "How are you?" "What are you doing here?" he said by way of greeting. Didn't bother trying to sound friendly, and I couldn't blame him. "Tell me about Jenny." Shaking his head, Sean looked away. I can't talk to you. Carl is pissed off. I've never seen him as pissed off as he is at you. And that was saying something. A lot of things pissed Carl off. Not as pissed off as he's going to be, I said, donning a terrible sweet smile. Sean had pulled himself from the doorway and started to walk back inside, but my words stopped him. Slowly, he looked back over his shoulder. His body was taut with fear, uncertainty, the stiff shoulders, the clenched fists. Ready to run, ready to fight if cornered. I recognized the stance because I'd felt it myself so many times. He studied me, his dark eyes shining. You're going to do it, he said. You're going to take him down. Not you're going to challenge him, or you're going to try to take him. He said, you are. Like he believed I could. That sent a charge through me, a brush of static that made my hair rise. He thought I was stronger. Maybe I could get him to side with me. Maybe. Right now, I just want to know what happened to Jenny. I put her on a plane. She was supposed to be on a plane and away from Carl. How did he get to her? His stance changed. Some of the caution slipped, replaced by something. I couldn't read the new tension that creased his features. Could it be grief? I waited for him to collect himself. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft and hesitant. She called him from the waiting area. I think she chickened out. She talked a lot about getting away when he wasn't around, but it was like talking about winning the lottery. Nobody believes it. You don't believe it yourself. Then she'd turn around in the same breath and say how much she loved him, how she wouldn't want to hurt him, like it didn't matter how much he hurt her. His expression turned bitter. When she disappeared, I was happy. I thought she'd really done it, gotten away from him, left town. I didn't care how, I didn't care where, just that she was away. But she called him, and Carl talked her out of it. Pulled out all that we're a pack, we're family, I need you shit. He still had a hold on her. I can't really blame her, it's hard walking away. You know that. I shook my head. It isn't hard. The hard part is knowing that if I'd done it sooner, TJ might still be alive.
Yeah.
She called him. He picked her up at the airport. He took her where? To their house. Meg and Carl had a house west of town, against the foothills, with easy access to wilderness for running on full moon nights. They didn't get that far, Sean said. Quickly he added, I wasn't there. I heard about it later. I'd have tried to stop him if I'd been there. But I've been staying away from him. He's wrapped up in some of our churros shit right now, and I don't want to have anything to do with that. There were some other lycanthropes in town, I said. Strangers. Carl sent the pack after them. He left Jenny's body with the others. He must have picked her up at the airport already planning to kill her. You know him as well as I do. What do you think? You knew what he'd do, and you didn't even try to stop him. What was I supposed to do? He yelled. I didn't flinch. His anger wasn't really aimed at me. And it didn't matter. I was already furious with myself. I'd been so close. She'd been so close. How could she have waited by the curb? How could she have gotten into his car, knowing what he was capable of? She must have known, at the very least, that he would hurt her. And deep down, she had to have known he could kill her. I blamed the airport security restrictions that had kept me from walking her to the gate. I shouldn't have felt safe just watching her pass through the checkpoint. I should have waited for confirmation that she'd arrived, that she was okay. I'd let myself relax too soon. How could I have been so naive, so trusting? I could imagine exactly what Carl had told her. You need me. You're still just a pup. You can't do this alone. Let me help you. I'll take care of you. He would have worn her down until she couldn't recognize herself anymore, until there was nothing left of the girl she used to be. And a part of her must have still loved him. That's why she called him. That's why she doubted. Without someone reminding her of everything she stood to gain by leaving, of course, she'd slip back. I leaned against a brick wall, blackened with city grime, and wiped my eyes. The tears wouldn't stop. I felt hollowed out.
Drained.
At least you tried, Sean said. That's more than anyone else did. He looked away, guilt written all over him. You couldn't stand up to Carl any more than she could, I said. TJ was the only one who ever did. I liked TJ. Sean gave a small, sad smile. Everybody did. He was the best of us. After what happened to him, there didn't seem to be much point in fighting back anymore. There had to be a better way. Brute strength had never been my path. Why start now? I looked at Sean, really looked. I tried to see through him, his thoughts, his fears, his heart. The way a wolf sees. If I need you, if I put a plan together, will you stand with me? He hesitated, shifted his feet, looked up at the sky, squinted at the glare of a street lamp. He didn't want to answer, couldn't meet my gaze. I knew I was asking a lot, asking him to break ranks, to put himself at risk. But I didn't have the luxury of time. Sean. I pressed, voice harder now. I needed him to believe I meant it. He took a breath and looked me in the eye. If it's a good plan, then yeah, I'm in. It gave me strength.
Thank you, I said.
I'll let you know when. I turned and walked away without looking back. A show of trust. A show of power. The way a wolf would walk away. Now, time to figure out the plan. Underscore 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 underscore. Ben and I were driving to meet Rick when Hardin called back. I wasn't expecting anything so soon, so I was almost hopeful. Cook checked out of the Brown Palace on Monday, she said. From what I can tell, she's already left town. Part of me was relieved. At least she wouldn't be around to cause more trouble. But it also meant we wouldn't get any more answers out of her. One strange thing, though, Hardin added. All her concerts this week? Postponed. So she really could be anywhere. I've got someone going through the hotel's security footage. Maybe we'll spot a few of her people, see if anything links her to the warehouse or your master vampire. It wasn't much to go on, but I wasn't going to complain. Thanks, detective. She paused, then added with a dry laugh. You know what I can't figure out? Am I doing you a favor, or are you doing me one? Let's just call it even, I said. She hung up. Underscore 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 underscore. Rick had picked a place that might have been the grimiest dive on East Colfax. When I gave Ben the address, he actually did a double take. You are not going there, he said. How do you even know about this place? If I told you how many assault cases come out of that bar, you'd pass out. And how many of those have you defended? Enough to know we've got no business being anywhere near it. Ben was a step or two up from Cormac in terms of morals, but that still put him a few rungs below normal. Way below. Rick will look out for us. Like he looked out for the rest of his team? You don't have to come if you're that worried. You're not going alone. His protectiveness, even mid-argument, warmed me. He actually cared. We hadn't stopped bickering for days. It was like we were still figuring each other out by poking at all the sore spots. And neither of us knew how to let up. The place looked like a gangster set from an old movie. No sign.
No windows.
The entrance was barred, like a storm shelter. Next door was a weed-filled lot full of old beaters and shiny pickups. A couple of Harleys lined the sidewalk. No sign of Rick's BMW. He was either smarter than that, or it had already been stolen. This wasn't where I pictured finding Rick. Not a vampire. Not in a place like this. They usually preferred something with polish and class. Decades of practice at charm and control didn't usually land them in places like this. Ben insisted on going in first, pulling me along behind him. My eyes adjusted to the dim light. My nose adjusted too, barely. The place reeked. Mostly of stale beer.
Sweat. Tobacco.
Something sharper, meth, maybe. I didn't recognize the exact scent, which told me it had to be something worse. And then underneath it all, vomit. Someone had scrubbed the floor, but the smell lingered. I doubted any health inspector had dared to step inside in years. I breathed through my mouth, and hoped this wouldn't take long. A blaring TV above the bar to the left was tuned to a baseball game. The rest of the cramped room was cluttered with wobbly tables and chairs. The floor was plain concrete. Most of the tables were taken, and the bar was packed, people laughing, chatting, watching the game. In one corner, a group passed around pitchers of beer as they watched. In the back, another group played darts. The bartender glanced at the screen while half-heartedly wiping the counter. Maybe this place wasn't so terrible after all, rock bottom or not. Even criminals needed a place to unwind. At the bar sat a slouched figure I recognized. Rick in disguise. The Rick I usually knew wouldn't last 5 minutes in here. He would have gotten nothing but hostile stares, maybe even robbed on his way out. But Rick was smart. He understood the assignment. This version of Rick looked like he hadn't washed his hair in days. It hung limp and a little greasy. He wore a threadbare flannel shirt over a black t-shirt, faded jeans, and beat-up work boots. He could pass for a guy who'd just clocked out from some sketchy under-the-table construction gig. He sat nursing a beer, eyes unfocused on the game. If I hadn't caught that subtle undead aura, I'd have walked right past him. I walked up, Ben following close behind, watching my back. He stayed close enough that I could elbow him if he got snarky. As I neared, Rick glanced back. "Knew you were serious if you agreed to meet me here," he said. "You're an asshole for bringing her to this place," Ben said. Rick gave me a crooked smile. "Think he's got a thing for you." They were both impossible. "Are we going to talk, or just trade insults?" "There's a table." Rick nodded toward the back and started to rise. "Great, I'll take this." I grabbed his beer before he could. Rick didn't argue, and Ben just rolled his eyes. Someone was already at the table. A tall, broad-shouldered blonde guy with a hardened, weather-beaten look. He leaned against the wall, positioned to see the whole room. When Rick walked up, the man gave him a cold, tight smile, like he didn't know how to smile any other way. "You've met Dak," Rick said. The scent was the same as the beast in the warehouse. I could almost picture the gangly, sharp-eared creature just beneath the surface. He had the same quiet, coiled vigilance in either form. "Hi," I said, trying not to let my nerves show. "Nice to, meet the rest of you." He smirked. "Hello." Even that one word carried a vague, unplaceable accent. "Keep watch." Rick asked him, taking a seat. "Can do." Dak stood with slow, controlled movement, like someone with real strength who used it sparingly. Without another word, he picked up his beer and walked to Rick's old seat at the bar. He was also dressed in denim and flannel. If you hadn't seen them switch places, you might not notice. Rick motioned for us to sit. "You trust him?" I asked, glancing at the lycanthrope who now seemed focused on the game. "I do," Rick said. "Even if I have reasons not to. He's saved my life more than once. I've saved his. That has to count." I nodded. That kind of bond, I understood. "Where's he from?" "South Africa." "I've known him 15 years, longer than I've known you." Knowing someone that long doesn't mean you can trust them. But it's a good start. Someone had to have tipped them off, Rick. "What about Charlie and Violet?" "What about you?" "You knew where we were." "Not many people did." "Why would I tell anyone?" My voice rose, almost shrill. "What possible reason would I have?" "Protection. Maybe you struck a deal with Arturo or Mercedes." "I don't know, you tell me."
Great.
Now we were all suspicious of each other, and I couldn't even blame him. I took a breath and forced my voice calm. "I didn't know your timeline. I couldn't have sold you out even if I'd wanted to. You came to me. Don't turn this on me now." Rick looked away. I sighed. "Rick, if you don't believe I can help, if you don't trust me, say it now and I'll leave." He studied me, and I stared right back. Vampire mojo or not, I held his gaze. If it gave him even a shred of reassurance, it was worth the risk. And if I didn't trust him, I had no business being here. He looked away first. "Let's move on." Ben had brought today's newspaper. The front page covered the grisly discovery of 10 mutilated bodies in a warehouse. The article noted that Hardin's paranatural unit was involved, implying vampires or werewolves were suspected. The rest of the piece was vague. Hardin had told me more earlier, It was hard to believe that had only been this morning. The editorial pages ranted about the threat of the paranormal, referencing last month's vampire attacks at downtown clubs, demanding authorities take action. They conveniently ignored the fact that the victims had all been paranormal too, and this kind of carnage had never been public before. Before now, people just disappeared. Why didn't Arturo clean up after this? I asked Rick. He's the master of Denver. You'd think he'd want it all hidden.
He would have, Rick said.
But Dak called 911 before we escaped. Arturo's people didn't have time to get there first. That must have made him furious. Rick rubbed his face. Not that it matters. My people are still dead. Oh, but it does matter. Because now we have Hardin on our side. You sound like someone with a plan. I am. The three of us leaned in, heads together, plotting, obvious and unapologetic. I told them the strategy Cormac and I had discussed. Target their periphery, make them feel hunted, force them to react. I hadn't mentioned Cormac by name, but Ben caught on. That sounds like one of his plans. You talked to Cormac. I didn't plan to. It just happened. Useful guy to have right now, Rick mused. If you can hold off for 4 years, he might be free, Ben said flatly. Afraid we don't have that kind of time. We need to hit Carl and Arturo at once, I said. Separate, they're vulnerable. Together, they're unstoppable. That was the plan last time. But now we're outnumbered, and they're on alert. I'm ready to give it up. And do what?
Run?
No master will take you in after a failed coup attempt. Rick didn't respond, which told me everything. Vampires needed cities, feeding opportunities, anonymity. Rick wouldn't last long in the middle of nowhere. I'll survive. I always have.
No.
We hit around them, draw them out, force them to come to us. Then we take them. Ben spoke up. They will respond. And you know what that means? They won't strike directly. They'll strike at what's close to you. They'll go after your family, Rick said. Ben added, your parents, your sister, her kids. I stared at them, stunned. They wouldn't. Think about what Carl did to Jenny, Ben said. Of course he would. Are you ready for that kind of fight? Are you willing to put your family in the line of fire? Heat surged into my face, and I dragged my fingers through my hair in frustration. Standing up for myself was one thing. Fighting for vengeance, even. But Ben framed it in a way I couldn't ignore. And he was right. Carl and Arturo would go after my family. They were easy targets, practically listed in the phone book. If I kept pushing forward, I'd be doing it knowing full well they'd be in danger. Knowing they'd be used against me. That made me complicit. It made me the worst kind of person. And yet, I still moved forward. The words I spoke next didn't feel like mine. I was numb to them. Then we'll know their next move. We'll know where Carl and Arturo will strike, and we'll be ready. We'll keep watch on my parents, on Cheryl.
Move them if we have to.
We'll keep them safe. If we can protect them, the plan will work. It's a gamble, Rick said. My eyes had gone distant. We have to stop them before they hurt anyone else. We get to them before they get to me. My family, how could they understand any of this? Cheryl would explode if she found out. How dare you put them in danger? And if anything happened to her kids, Mom would end up in the hospital. I should call her. I think we can do it, Ben said. We can keep your family safe and still deal with those two. You think so? I asked, clinging to the hope. His expression was as wild as mine must have been. We both knew Carl had to be taken down completely, permanently. We both knew the risk was worth it. Rick added, if I can isolate Arturo, get him alone, away from his followers and the lycanthropes, I can finish it. Take him and his crew down. Then Carl's mine. You sure? Rick asked. I saw you with him.
He still has power over you.
You still think he's stronger than you? That hit a nerve. I didn't want to admit he might be right. I wanted to growl. Ben reached out and touched my hand. Rick, I can do this, I said firmly. Are you in? Rick's fists tightened on the table. His eyes grew distant, locked in thoughts I couldn't read. He looked like a predator caught in a trap and getting dangerous. If you're ready to risk it all, how could I say no? Then we need a plan. Ben said, a sharp grin cutting across his face. I was stronger than Carl. I had to be. What did I have that he didn't? What made me different, stronger? The answer was obvious, once I asked the right question. It had always been there. What did I have that neither Carl nor Arturo did? The midnight hour.